Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliamentary Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, roll call. We shall take a roll call of members, and I call on the clerks at the table to do so now by calling out your names, and by our standing orders, you have to respond. So please, you can proceed to do that now.
Abaka Samuel Erickson. Abanga Abdullahi Jacob Idris, Abdul Latif Dan, Abdul Salam Adams, Abdulaka Samuel Okujeto, Abuaji George Kwame, Abuaji Kwejo Nyampong, Abudulai Bazirewa, Achampon Brian, Achampon Charles, Achampon Richard, Akwaku Sofa Karen Edem, Adam Hamza, Adam Mohammed Amin, Adams Kofi Idi, Adi Teddy Safori, Adoyal Frempong, Ejay Kwesi Boateng, Adom Frederick Obeng, Adumako Mensah Alex, Adumako Mensah Collins, Adongo Isaac, Edu Johnson Kweku, Edu Chumiao Osei, Afenyomakin Alexander Kwamena, Afol Eric, Efrifa Mensah Kwesi Owusu, Efriye Nana Ayew, Efriye Kweku, Agalga James, Agbeve Charles, Agboja Kwame Govins, Ejepon Ken Ohene, Ejari Alexander, Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Ajimaimenu Kweku, Ajima Rollins Aneto, Ejeni Mbwate Kweku, Ahenkwa Kingsley Carlos.
He's present.
Ahenkwa Frederick Yao.
He's there.
Ahi Samson. Ahiafo Bernard.
Present.
Eidu William Oreku. Akando Kwabna Minta. Akanvari Balidia Lamisi. Achia Samuel Lata. Alauzuga Albert Akuka. Al Hassan Abdallah Idi. Al Hassan Bashir A. Husseini. Al Hassan Lydia Seyuam. Al Hassan Saibu Swini. Aliu Mahama Umar Farouk. Alawute Angelo Foriwa. Amankwa Nicholas. Amankwa Menu Kofi. Amwa Osebonsu. Amwa Amwaku Andrew Esiama. Amwaku Takwesi.
He's present.
Ampem Thomas Nyako. Ampofu Chumesi Kwame. Amprechum Sapon Kweku. Andre Emmanuel Eje. Enim Ernest Yao.
Present.
Enim Moses. Anodompre Frank.
Present.
Entry Eugene Boache. Animedu Entry Kwame. Apak Clement Abbas. Apieje Patricia. Apia Kubi Andy Kwame. Ama Prince Hamidu. Asamoah Vincent Opon. Asante Kwejo. Asante Boatin Kweku. Subuachi Francis. Esiama Isaac Kwame. Esiama Kwabna Mankwa. Esiama Eje Nanama Dokua. Asafo Vincent Eko. Atamil Samuel.
There.
Ave Avoka Kletu Sapo. Ewa Ignatius Bafo. Awuni Theresa Ladi. Ayamba Ladi Ayi. Ayarga Mahama. Aiku Benjamin Nate. Ayine Dominic Kakritinga. Befi Michael Ochre. Baba Benson Tongo. Baligi Bright Bachi Yoville. Bandim Azuma Abednego. Bano Patrick.
He's there.
Battles Sheila. Bawa Edward Abambre. Bedra Emmanuel Kwesi. Bettino Joseph. Blankson Alex. Boachi Henry Yadom. Boachi Yadom Patrick. Boama Patrick Yao. Boatin Akwesi Daako. Boatin Amapoma. Boatin Joseph Apia. Boatin Kwabena. Bobie Evans Opoku. Botre Daniel. Brahima Mohammed Bawa. Boa Emmanuel Ama Kofi. Bukari Joseph Nipe. Chinyamidu Ishaku. Traja Samson Tongumbo.
Who's there?
Chiwete Andrew Dari. Tolabeku. Kujo Comfort Doyo. Kujo Comfort Doyo. Kujo Joseph. Kujo Robert Wisdom. Dafia Mako Roxon Nelson Eche Kwame. Dalu Thomas Ada. Dapila Kletu Seidu. Dako Daniel Lohene. Dako Mensa Kwabnotre. Dauda Collins. Dawuni Abukari. Harry Ambrose. Jonobwa Alex Tete. Donko Elvis Morris. Duka George Mreku. Eya Nana. Pojo John Intim. Forsen Castle Ato Ban. Frimpon Joseph. Gape Kwame Jujoli. George Samuel Nate. Gansal Hassan Kobna. Gate Joe. Gidisu Wisdom. Gomado Yao. Gomashi Ablajifa. Jemfi Emmanuel Akwesi. Jan Alexander. Jan Mensa Richard. Hamon Kobnata Hill. Hansen Norte Yves. Haruna Seidu. Hayford Ophelia Mensa. Kotoje Alexander Roosevelt. Ibrahim Ahmed. Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad. Ibrahim Azurewa Muhammad. Idrisu Habib. Idrisu Haruna. Isifu Seidu. Jabbar John Benham. Jaja Yusuf Isaka. Jalula Stephen Pambin. Joshua Godfred Seidu. Jinapo John Abdullahi. Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi. Kinney Jeffrey. Kisi Dixon Adumako. Kunedu Akwesi. Kumson Mavis Howard. Kosa Martin Kweku Ejay Mensah. Kodo Benjamin Komla. Kum Ebenezer Kojo. Kuma Joseph Kwame. Kuyon Solomon. Kwachi Aka Peter Yao. Kwatin Kweku Ajiman. Kofi Festus Sewa. J. Mensah Bonsu Osei. Treme Nelson. Labi Oscar Ofori. Lati Agnes Namomo. Liwal Oscar. Mahama Asiesieni. Mahama Nasir Ture. Menu Adabo Francis. Mafu Emmanuel. Mafu Kofia Himkra. Imbomba Thomas. Mensah Betty Nanefua Crosby. Mensah Francisca Otain. Mensah Isaac Ejay. Mensah Joseph Kwesi. Mensah Tina Gibson Ayele. Mensah Andrew Kofi Japa. Morrison Cynthia Mamle. Muntaka Muhammad Mubarak. Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba. Nanja Sanja. Napari Dominic. Nawani Mark Kurt. Newman Dakwan. Nitiwu Dominic Benga Maduna. Inkansambwedu Mavis. Nokoe Kofi Ako. Nogbe Ernest Henry. Notuko Toy Peter Kwesi. In Team Adelaide. In Team Augustine Collins. In Toso Helen Ajua. Nyakote Albert Tete. Nyaku Bismarck Tete. Nyaku Kingsley. Nyaku Kwamina Minta. Obintechi George Kwabena. Obimboatin Alfred. Oklu Linda Ohinewa Akwele. Odampton Isaac Ashia. Ofoso Jare Elizabeth. Okofu Data Williams. Ochrie Jekum Kofi. Opoku Davis Ansa. Opoku Eric. Opoku Isaac Yao. Opon Kroma Kojo. Osei John Frimpong. Osei Kennedy Nyako. Osei Asari Abena. Osei Wusu Joseph. Oti John Kwabna Bless. Otute Christian Kolete. Owusu Bio Benito. Owusu Ekuful Esla. Peito Desmond de Graft. Pelpo Abdul Rashid Hassan. Prempe Frida Kosia. Prempe Matthew Opoku. Korte Henry. Kwesi James Jechi. Ramadan Mohammed Adamu. Ricketts Hagan George Kweku. Safo Sarah Ajwa. Sandari Sebastian Meniso. Tanit Suleiman Adamu. Sani John Kobna Abam Abwa. Soya Queen Samami Pokua. Tefe Richard Kwame. Tetra Benjamin Yeboah. Sosu Francis Xavier Kojo. Sowa Dela Ajwa. Sowa Rita Na Odole. Suparu Adams Mohammed. Sulemana Adama. Sulemana Al-Hassan Tampli. Sulemana Yusuf. Suma Anthony Gwikara. Tahidu Abdul Razak. Teria Augustine. Telabi Ebenezer Klite. Tete Joycelyn. Tete Sylvester. Tete Agotwi Gisela. Tete Joseph Akwete. Tofi Dorcas. Tobu Peter Lanchini. Tuferu Mohammed Hadi. Chum Ampofu Gifty. Chum Berima Paul Apreku. Yusuf Mustafa. Vanderpoy Alfred Oko. Vanderpoy Edwin Nilante. Bondi David. Wakal Daniel Insala. Rekubro Babe Bright. Woyome Kobna Mensa. Zidim Bid and Watazumo.
Honorable members, we move to the next item, which is messages from the President. I received a message from His Excellency the President addressed to me and to be read to the House. The message is dated 4th July 2024, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country on Thursday, 4th July 2024, to Brazil, Congo, at the invitation of the President of the Republic of Congo, His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, to participate in the first International Conference on Afforestation and Reforestation, scheduled to be held from 2nd to 5th July 2024. After the conference, I will depart Brazil on Saturday, 6th July 2024 to Abuja, Nigeria, at the invitation of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and current Chairman of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of State and Government, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to lead Ghana's delegation to the 65th Ordinary Session of the ECOWAS Authority of State and Government, scheduled to be held on Sunday, 7th July 2024. I return to Ghana in the evening of the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, permit me to bring to your notice the Righteous Stars Cultural Dance Team, a group of talented young Ghanaians renowned for their vibrant and energetic cultural performances. And that group is scheduled to be hosted in the house tomorrow, Thursday, that's 10th July 2024. This will be in the evening at the Chamber Foyer. Honorable members, it is refreshing to note that the group, Righteous Stars Cultural Dance Team, under the auspices of the International Youth Fellowship Ghana, represented Ghana at the World Youth Cultural Dance Festival in 2022 and won the trophy at the festival, bringing immense pride and glory to Ghana. The group is scheduled to represent Ghana once again and to defend Ghana's title at a prestigious World Youth Cultural Festival to be held in Jeonju, South Korea, from the 15th to the 31st of July 2024. This year, the focus of the group's cultural performance for their title defense is to tell the world about Ghana's unique geographical location as the center of the earth, where the Greenwich meridian meets the equator. Before their departure to South Korea, the group is honored to give honorable members a teaser of the performance to be showcased at the World Youth Dance Festival in South Korea. I want to take this opportunity to invite all honorable members and staff of the Parliamentary Service to join me and leadership at the foyer tomorrow at 6 p.m. to receive the group and to take some time to witness and entertain, at least distress yourselves with the cultural performance. It is my hope that the group's interaction with honorable members will motivate them to go and successfully defend the title. Honorable members, I emphasize the point of your presence. It's an opportunity for us to show that we are solidly behind them and to urge them on to retain the title. With this, we'll move on to the next item, which is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 9th July 2024, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 8, yes, honorable member.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, page 9, item number 6, Roman numeral 2, Gan West Municipal School located in the Amasamai constituency led by Mr. Daniel Nyagbodro. Mr. Speaker, Nyagbodro will be spelled Nancy Yankee Alpha, Golf Bravo Lima Oscar Romeo Delta Zebra Romeo Oscar. Mr. Speaker, so instead of G, it has to be Z. Nyagbodro. Thank you.
Table office kindly take note of the spelling of the name. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to take you back to page 6. I was at work yesterday, but marked absent. Give the table office group.
Page 6.
Page 6, item 22. Under
Item.
22.
Yes.
422, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Table office kindly take note. Page 10. Page 11, page 10, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise for your guide in respect of the use of legislator under item number 9I. The House observed a minute silence in memory of the late legislator. Mr. Speaker, I know that for our standing orders, we use member for whether present or ex-member. So that's for guidance, whether the use of legislator is appropriate in this case, and not for the late member. Just for your guidance. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, I don't have any problem with the use of the word legislator. It's just a general term to cover a lot of the career politicians who focus as part of their functions the making of laws. So I don't have any difficulty in accepting that, unless somebody will want to draw my attention to some issues that could prevent us from the use of that terminology. But I think it's quite acceptable. So we proceed to page 11, page 12, page 13. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, page 13, item number 11, 11.1. The proposed amendment that was carried in respect of the recorded advertised amendment here. I propose a further amendment for the deletion of the apostrophe that was placed after X. And what to read, the President shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint a lawyer of no less than 10 years standing at the bar as secretary to the board, so that the years will not carry any apostrophe. That was what the House carried. So if table office can take out the apostrophe. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note and do the right thing. Page 14, page 15. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, page 15, item number 8. Mr. Speaker, the House, after the amendment was proposed by the committee in respect of the clause 36 as recorded here, we further propose an amendment for the deletion of the authority as it appears in item number I, the Roman numeral I, so that the head office or a regional or district office of the authority, and that was what was carried. So the first authority as it appears in the line under Roman numeral I, you have to go. If the table office can take note, so that it reads, obtain the certificate of national service of that person at the head office or a regional or district office of the authority. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, you are right. Table office kindly delete of the authority from clause 36B Roman I. We move on to page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, page 22, page 23. Yes, please.
Speaker, 23, maybe just for purpose that parliamentary debates are referred to when the court or the Supreme Court has to interpret what Parliament does in passing a bill. Item 36, and I understand that the Honorable Osaichi Mensah, the long title, even though it's passed, we've gone through third reading. Ordinarily, I shouldn't raise it. But if you delete civic responsibilities, and insert duties and obligations, in the long title of the National Service Authority bill, Mr. Speaker, it does not sit with what the long title is supposed to say. But as I said, when you read the long title, it reads that an act to establish the National Service Authority to mobilize and post persons qualified to undertake national service in areas of national priority for national development, inculcate the values of civic responsibility. So if you go and say you want to inculcate the values of duties and obligations, is that what we're doing? So yes, we can with speed pass some of these bills, but I think that sometimes we should think through some of it. Deleting civic responsibility. Young people, maybe they don't even know what their sense of patriotism to the country should be. Young people, maybe even registering to vote, voting, taking part in other exercise. So that is why the promoter of the bill put in the word civic responsibility. If you delete it, leader, I'm told that you are referring to a constitutional provision. I was asking the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo and Dafo to help me. So, elegance, finance, and the thinking of this house must reflect when we are making bills. I don't see why you take away civic responsibility. Civic responsibility, I believe, even should be defined in this constitution. And you are talking of young people, national service. They probably may take that for granted. Then you delete it for duties and obligations. In any case, what's the English difference between duties and obligations? But Mr. Speaker, as I said, is passed. But for the record, tomorrow somebody should know that what went into Parliament's thinking into deleting civic responsibility for duties and obligations. So Bernard, I'm not convinced. Convinced, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, let me. My deputy presided over this matter in my stead. So, what do you have to say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've noted Honourable Member for Tamale South, his concerns. But what is before you now is a report of what happened. And this report is genuine report of what happened. When we go back for consideration, or did we finish that yesterday? Yes. So, in fact, we have passed the law already. So I think your complaint is not with the report, which is a true reflection of what happened. So let's leave it here. Maybe you want to move for a second consideration or rescission or apply for amendment. But I think that your complaint is not well placed. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think what happened, even though we are not engaged in Mr. Speaker, what really informed this was what my colleague Yanabo Renard used to refer to. I drew attention to Article 41. And 41 is on the duties of a citizen. The 41H, which provides that the exercise and enjoyment of rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, and H provides, to defend Ghana and render national service where necessary. The Speaker, the point that I raised was that we should find a way to include the intendment of Article 41 in the long title, because throughout the Constitution, it's only in Article 41 that specific mention is made of national service. So, Mr. Speaker, on account of that, I said to us, to the House, that we should consider the import of the words duties and responsibilities, and consider whether we could have encapsulation of the two words in civic responsibility. If we are convinced and persuaded, then we could leave it. But if, on the other hand, we are not convinced and persuaded, and we think that the two words are stronger words than the civic responsibility, then you should find a way to delete and insert. But I recognize the issue that he raised, that you cannot inculcate duties and responsibilities. And so I said that we should leave that to the draftspersons if we are so persuaded. We should leave it to the draftspersons to do the appropriate couching for us. Mr. Speaker, that is what we said. And so this is not entirely representative of the decision that was taken. Mr. Speaker, so that is further explanation to my colleague. But we have done the third reading of the bill. I don't know what the intent of this intervention is meant to be. Whether he's urging on us to rescind the decision made at the third reading. But, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, this is what happened. And the draftspersons were then requested to allow us to have a better formulation of it if we intend to delete the word civic responsibility and insert duties and obligations as contained in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that is on this matter. I thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about what the two former leaders are doing. Because we are at vote and proceedings. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, the vote and proceedings has captured what happened. Whatever happened is correct or wrong. It's not for correction. It's not for mentioning. It is to be sure that what truly happened has been captured. And that has been captured. And now the two leaders, former two leaders, have turned the thing into a debate. And I was confused. That what are they really doing? I don't know whether since they left their leadership chairs, they've forgotten the rules of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you have to draw the attention that we are at vote and proceedings. And at vote and proceedings, you only correct what happened. Whether what happened is correct or wrong, has it been captured? If it's been captured as happened, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, you are completely out of order. I realize he had a challenge because the bill has been read the third time and passed. In spite of that, as my First Deputy Speaker indicated, it could still be revived and brought for second consideration. If he feels strongly about that window of opportunity is still open for him to do so. But as at now, it is completely out of order. And so we'll move on. Please, page 24. Page 25. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 9th July 2024 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move to item 6. Item 6. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
With respect, the prior understanding we had was to do the business you mentioned, and we do the bills in lay papers. As and when we have time, then we'll proceed to take item 6. So, Speaker, if you may permit me, shall we, with your leave, vary order of business and proceed to take item 9, after which we will come back and take the conclusion of the debate on the subject matter discussed the last time, and then we can proceed to take the bills.
Honorable members, if that's the pleasure of the House, we go to at the commencement of public business. That is page 5, item 9, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, item 9A. May I, with your leave, take it forward on behalf of the Leader of the House?
Any objection?
Mr. Speaker, we have no objection.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you may do so. Item 9A, by the Majority Leader, to be laid by the Majority Chief Whip for and on behalf of the Majority Leader.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the State Interest and Governance Authority for the year 2023. Report of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee on the management and use of petroleum revenues for the period January to December 2023.
Honorable members, both item 9A, Roman 1 and 2 are referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. Any more?
Yes, Speaker. Shall we proceed to take item 9B? And Speaker, may I seek your leave for it to be taken by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, and if all three could be taken in whole.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Ordinarily, we shouldn't have any issue, just a budget performance report. But I think our colleagues should be telling us where the Attorney General is. He cannot just decide that the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs should be performing the responsibilities of the Attorney General. So, Mr. Speaker, I think for us to be able to make a decision as to whether we should buy that, at least tell us where the Attorney General is, why he is not here to be able to lay his own paper.
Correct.
This is a budget performance. We need to know whether how he's spending his budget.
Parliamentary Minister was not there.
Yeah, exactly.
I see my friend is in a very good mood. And let's proceed on that tangent. So I haven't done anything untoward. The respected Attorney General, as I'm reliably informed, is out of the jurisdiction, an official announcement, official assignment, I must say. So the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, as you do know, is capable, unless, of course, you are questioning the capability of. So we shouldn't litigate further on this matter.
Yes, please.
I don't have any problem. Once he says the Attorney General is out of the jurisdiction, and these are just budget performance reports. Mr. Speaker, sometimes they refer to Honorable Chairman. I heard somebody calling him a legal luminary. I'm not sure of that, but he's been referred to as a legal luminary, so he can lay it for today. But on another day, the Attorney General will have to be here to do his own business.
Honorable members. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to take you back one point. The papers laid by the Majority Chief Whip on behalf of the Majority Leader, you've referred them to PAC, Public Accounts Committee. But the normal thing is that these referrals go to the Finance Committee. So I want you to take a look at it again. It has been going to Finance Committee. No.
Honorable Member, I'm not aware that's the normal. That the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the State Interests and Governance Authority is usually referred to the Finance Committee. That is a matter I think is for Public Accounts Committee. Yes.
I think if I heard my colleague right, he rather referred to the report of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee, the PIAC. I think he's right. It should rather be referred to the Committee on Finance. The second item.
That is 9A Roman 2. That's the one you are referring to.
Public interest
Well,
and
honorable members,
accountability report.
if it's usually considered by the Committee on Finance, it is so referred to the Committee on Finance and not Public Accounts Committee. So the earlier referral is in respect of 9A Roman 1, and then 9A Roman 2 is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Thanks for the correction. Honorable members, 9B Roman 1, 2, and 3. To be laid by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs for and on behalf of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Speaker, just to assure the Chief Whip for the minority that these are documents that are coming to the House. When the referral is made and they need further clarification from the Attorney General, certainly the committee can invite him. So that should be the procedure. Mr. Speaker, having said so, a bow.
Budget Performance Report in respect of the Office of the Legal Aid Commission for the period January to December 2023. Budget Performance Report in respect of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for the period January to December 2023. Budget Performance Report in respect of the Office of the Special Prosecutor for the period January to December 2023.
Honorable members, the said three reports are referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report to the House. Yes, any more?
Yes, Speaker. C. Speaker, I'll further seek your leave for it to be done by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Is that the end, or we'll go on to the others?
Speaker, I will proceed from C all the way to D. E.
So we'll take C, D, E.
Yes.
And who are you proposing to present them for and on behalf of the said ministers? Is it the same Minister for Parliamentary Affairs?
It is so, Speaker.
Yes, so I want the response before I proceed. Yes.
So, Speaker, I just want confirmation from the Majority Chief Whip whether Order 97(1) has been complied with. But we are laying a lot of papers and as to whether members can be given copies today. Because if you don't lay this normal number of papers, members will not be given and due diligence will not be done. So I want to be assured whether 97(1) has been complied with and that there are sufficient copies in the office of the clerk to be distributed to members after the laying.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, he should not entertain any fear.
Yes, honorable members, item 9C, to be laid by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs for and on behalf of the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. C, Roman 1 and 2.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the period January to December 2023. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year 2023.
Honorable members, my attention is being drawn to the fact that the reports from the various departments are usually referred to the sector committees. I thought in the new standing orders, we've taken some different view and we recompose the Public Accounts Committee to take that into consideration. That's why I was referring them to a Public Accounts Committee. In the Public Accounts Committee, I thought the sector committees have some representation like we did in the Appointments Committee. If that is not the case, then these departmental reports are referred to the sector committees. In this case, with respect to 9C, the reports are referred to the committee with responsibility over fisheries and aquaculture, and I think that is the Committee on Food and Agric. With regard to B, that's 9B, you have Roman II, and Roman III are referred to the Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs. So the earlier referrals have accordingly been withdrawn. Now we take the 9D, which is relayed by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs for and on behalf of the Minister for National Security.
Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of National Security for the period January to December 2023.
Honorable members, the said report is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Intelligence and National Security for consideration and report to the House. 9E, by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs for and on behalf of the Minister for Finance, Roman 1 and 2. to be taken together.
Yes, we can see that the Roman I is a tax waiver for rural electrification, but Roman II is another loan of $250 million. Mr. Speaker, the whole world knows our debt is not sustainable. Now, the finance minister himself is not here. The Minister for Parliamentary Affairs
The ranking is not here.
is taking responsibility to lay another loan of $250 million. If we begin to find out, as the Honorable Ahmed said, do you have enough copies of what you are laying? Have you seen what you are laying that you can share copies with us? Because that's what the standing order says. Do you have enough copy yourself? Do you have a copy? And will you be able to give us copies immediately to tell us what is included in the $250 million extra borrowing on top of what we have already borrowed that we can't pay? If you don't have a copy, and if you don't have enough copy for members, I would advise that maybe we defer this one. The tax waivers is already in the system, but this is additional borrowing. It's a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. So if he hasn't got a copy, then maybe I would advise that he shouldn't lay it. Mr. Speaker, that's what my comment.
You insist I listen to you before his response?
Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to add to what the Chief will have just said. We just approved, if you remember, we just approved IDA loan of 150 million. And you saw the controversy created. Because we couldn't even account for the 200 million IDA loan that was supposed to really make Accra resilient. We have not even resolved all those issues. We are dealing with another IDA loan. And we are here talking about it. The finance minister is not here. The chairman of finance is not here. The ranking member is not here. We advise the chief whip that this is very important, but it's important that we get the right people here so they can take responsibility for laying this very important loan.
Well, I thought the minister wanted to respond, but if you want to, yes,
our
go
respected
on.
leader will
Yes,
speak.
you can go
But
on.
clearly, the deputy leader is mixing things up. You are mixing things up. This is lay, and you are talking about, yes, listen, you are talking about whether the facility is important or not. When it's laid and speaker, out of his wisdom, is appropriately, or the speaker refers it. Listen, when it's laid and is referred, then the committee, the appropriate committee, will come and report to the House for the House to take a decision. Why are you jumping the gun? Huh? You are talking about whether it is important or not. And you are comparing it to an IDA loan that was earlier approved. I think, Deputy Leader, you are not even listening. You are mixing things up. Speaker, I think we are on course. All the papers we've laid, I saw my Honorable Ahmed asking questions if we have copies. And I told him he shouldn't worry. Anytime I assured you, I've delivered, haven't I? Anytime I've assured leadership, I have delivered. We have delivered. We have more than necessarily delivered. So they shouldn't worry. Let the laying be done. Let the speaker do the appropriate referral. The committee will come and report back on this IDA facility. So you don't need to mix things up. Deputy Leader, tread with caution. And then you can listen. When the report comes to the House, then you can take a decision. You are simply jumping the gun.
Honorable members, I'm allowing this to go on because of our students at the public gallery. That's why I'm allowing it. So they are here to learn. And so not just learn, experience what we do here. So I will allow you to say a word. Yes.
Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is invited to lay a financing agreement of a loan of up to $250 million for the Ghana Financial Stability Project for and on behalf of the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I will know whether he is aware that Ghana, as part of its agreement with the IMF, between now and even end of 2025, cannot borrow more than $250 million non-concessionary loan. So if he's laying this, what he needs to clarify is whether maybe this came earlier before part of the creditors agreement the minister reached last week with the IMF. Ghana from now, even for 2025, maximum, Ghana can only borrow non-concessionary up to $250 million. Then $500 million into 2026, and it's elevated into 2027. So if you want to cover the whole envelope of 250 with this instrument, what he needs to clarify is, per his knowledge, whether this is a concessionary or a non-concessionary facility and why he wants to lay it, so that it doesn't crowd out Ghana's borrowing space outside the non-concessionary environment. I thank you.
Yeah, is there something else? I thought it's time for him to respond. Honorable Minority Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, very serious. There's something very serious. Mr. Speaker, we have 4 ministers at the Ministry of Finance. We have the minister responsible for finance, Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, 2 deputy ministers at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking for is to invoke Order 97.5. And if I may read, a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member or by a member upon presentation. Mr. Speaker, I'm doing this because when we were doing this ministerial approval and we raised these questions, that when you give all the appointments to parliamentary candidates, when we want them to do business on the floor, we may not get them. Almost all the 4 ministers at the Ministry of Finance are candidates. Mr. Speaker, we are also candidates. We are here to do government business. The one contesting Duabusu, the one contesting Honorable Akando, is a candidate. Honorable Speaker is a candidate. Honorable Abraham is a candidate. Honorable Amiata is a candidate. Why do you give ministerial position or government appointments to parliamentary candidates just to win parliamentary seats? Then when we were looking for them to do the business on the floor, they are nowhere to be found. Mr. Speaker, 4 ministers, not even 1. We know the majority leader, former majority leader and the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is no more a candidate. That's why he's available. Then you give the job to him, he is now your mate. This guy is not a mate, he's the leader, former leader of this house. He's not here to be laying papers. Mr. Speaker, he's not here to be laying papers. Somebody has been given that responsibility and he must be here to perform it. Mr. Speaker, the capable former majority leader is the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. He's championing the aspect of constitutional reforms and amendments. We know. It cannot be just when he was here, he could lay those papers. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. Mr. Speaker, it's a serious matter. And if none of them is here to do this business, we cannot reduce Parliament to that level. It is for good reason that ministers are given deputies. It's for good reason that the President has added another Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, if you go to energy 5 minutes, 4 or 5 ministers, finance 4 or 5 ministers, then when you are looking for one to do business here, then we'll be begging Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to intercede on their behalf. He is not a ministerial intercessor. Ministerial intercessor. Mr. Speaker, the ministers responsible must be here to do this business. However, Mr. Speaker, I still stand by invoking Order 927-5. That is what should be done on that regard.
Yes. Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, may we hear your response?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by my good friend, the member for Tamale South, he raised issues about the remit of this financing agreement, Speaker, and then he drew attention to the matters that have come out without negotiations with the World Bank and IMF. The Speaker, this financing agreement is between the Republic of Ghana and the IDA of the World Bank Group. So they know that we are not infringing any agreement with the group, the World Bank or the IMF. That's number one. Number two, the chief whip for the minority is asking to be assured that we have sufficient copies. Mr. Speaker, our orders provide that after the presentation, sufficient copies should be made available. Mr. Speaker, so it must be late before distribution could be made. It must be late before distribution could be made. Mr. Speaker, then the Deputy Whip is also saying that a short explanatory statement must be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. What's the meaning of upon presentation? It is not before presentation. After presentation has been made. So if presentation has not been made, no question would not be activated. Mr. Speaker, upon is after, not before. Upon presentation is after presentation, not before presentation. Mr. Speaker, the last one is
this is contempt of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, so I believe these are the three issues that have been raised by my colleagues, and if you may indulge me, I'll do the presentation and then after, because Mr. Speaker, the document is coming before us. If after interrogation we believe that the House should not approve of the agreement, it's left with the House to so decide. I'm not there yet. So I would entreat my colleagues that they should exercise restraint. Let's get to the issues after the presentation, and when it comes before us, then we'll do what is appropriate and indeed proper. Mr. Speaker, so with that, I may want to seek your indulgence to do the presentation.
Let me hear from Honourable Bernard Ahefo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I always say that when a procedure is prescribed for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure that you have to follow in exercising the right. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the spirit and the letter of Order 97-1, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read, whenever sufficient copies of a paper have been received in the office of the clerk for distribution to members, notice of the presentation of that paper may be placed on the other paper, and when the Speaker announces presentation of papers, the person laying the paper shall rise and bow to the chair, and the clerk shall read the title of the paper, and the paper shall be considered to have been laid on the table. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is whenever sufficient copies have been received. So all that the leadership is asking is that the paper that they are coming to lay has the sufficient copy been received, so that after laying the paper, it will be for distribution. That is all that the leadership is asking. Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for giving me the opportunity.
Let me listen to the First Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the standing order referred to by Honorable Deputy Whip and my friend Ahiafo very clearly lays out the practices that before the paper is advertised as ready to be laid. Now, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the clerks at table don't have a voice in this chamber. And therefore, it is presumed that they have regularly gone through the process before they advertise the paper to be here. A presumption of regularity is what clearly should underscore the publication of the paper as ready to be laid. Mr. Speaker, I think that we should not, under any circumstances, permit members to bring the conduct of the table office into this. Your table office are presumed to have done the proper and the regular thing before advertising same to be laid. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Chief Whip for the minority, it was who came indicating strongly and pointing to Order 97.1. And as the First Deputy Speaker has read out, and indeed, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo also did the same thing. Clearly, the provision reads that whenever sufficient copies of a paper have been received, whenever sufficient copies have been received, it's a condition precedent. This is a condition precedent that whenever sufficient copies of the paper have been received, in the office of the clerk for distribution to members is a condition precedent. Notice of the presentation of that paper may be placed on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, this is the other paper. This is the other paper. Yes. And we have the advertisement on it. Yes. The presumption, Mr. Speaker, is that they have received sufficient copies. As simple as that. As simple as that. Mr. Speaker, the colleagues know that when Parliament is sitting, the clerks at table cannot be invited to join the debate. They are convinced and persuaded that they have sufficient copies. And on account of that, Mr. Speaker, they have adequately advertised. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Abuja is saying that that's not the meaning of the 97. Mr. Speaker, that is laughable. You are saying that this is not. The Honorable Bernard Ahiafo was quoting the letter and spirit. What's the letter saying? And what's the spirit saying? The two of them are in tandem. And Mr. Speaker, can I read again? Whenever sufficient copies of a paper have been received in the office of the clerk for distribution to members. Notice of the presentation of that paper may be placed on the other paper. The condition precedent is that they have received copies and need not only mere copies but sufficient copies, and having so assured themselves, Mr. Speaker, they have placed the notice on the presentation on the other paper. That is their simple responsibility. And, Mr. Speaker, they have accomplished that. Mr. Speaker, these people, they want to turn this place into a marketplace. They will not even listen to people. Can you please resume your seat? Let me finish. I'm not out of order, so you cannot be abutting me the way you are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the chief whip for the minority has fallen on his own sword. Yes. You are falling by your own sword. So, Mr. Speaker, you can't come back. You are falling by your own sword. You are not dead. You say you are coming back. You are dead. You say you are coming back. Mr. Speaker, so respectfully, can we go on? Because we have so much to do today. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairman, Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the former majority leader that we cannot invite the clerk at table to be part of the debate. That is a fact. But, Mr. Speaker, once the clerk cannot take part of the debate, having assured us that sufficient copies have been received, the clerk can just detail somebody to go and bring the copies into the chamber. Yes. No, we just want to see that the copies are here before we allow the paper to be laid. Mr. Speaker, that will be the solution. Because he cannot come out and say, I have received them, but he can bring copies into the chamber. Let's see as evidence. Yes. Mr. Speaker, that's my suggestion.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when I made the request, one of the things I asked was whether the Minister for Parliament, responsible for parliamentary affairs, is aware of the reason for the borrowing of the extra $250 million. Indeed, if he has seen a copy of what has been presented to the clerk, which so far he himself hasn't got a copy because what he's holding is, how do you call it, the standing order. He's not even holding a copy of what he's supposed to lay. We want him to read, as I said, what is in order 97.3, that a short explanatory statement shall be made. I'm not talking about you. In fact, you made a comment about the provisions, the standing orders. We want you to talk about the content, the short explanation of the content of the IDA loan.
You should read 4 as well.
And then also apply to 4. And just be aware that if you are not able to do that, we will say that you are not allowed to lay the paper. Then, Mr. Speaker, on a serious note, I believe that this should be laid by the finance minister himself, because this actually goes to the heart of almost every problem we have currently as a country. Over borrowing. When we have borrowed up to our neck, we can't pay. We are going around the world begging everybody to forgive us our loans. At the same time, we are borrowing more. We have gone everywhere. China was last week telling China that forgive us part of what we borrowed. And then on Wednesday morning, you are borrowing more. How do you solve your borrowing problem by borrowing more? I don't get it. And I'm saying that the finance minister better answer that question. Don't take that responsibility, because it's a dangerous trap for you. In fact, once upon a time, you presented a budget here. That year was better. The year that the finance minister came, things went bad. But they could have made you a finance minister. They refused they refused to make you a finance minister. Don't take up the responsibility of borrowing extra money to help the economy. Mr. Speaker, if the finance minister and his 2 deputies plus our colleague, Honorable Abraham, who is a minister of state, can come here tomorrow or this afternoon, they can come and lay this paper. This is not an urgent issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I am still not convinced that the respected, they call him, leader emeritus. He's capable of laying it, but when he lays it, myself and himself are aware that we don't even know what he's laying, because he hasn't seen a copy of what he's laying. He hasn't seen a copy of what he's laying, that is a fact. The clerks cannot speak here. But Mr. Speaker, maybe we should find out whether the clerks can whisper to you whether they have a copy. Because the clerk's office is not far away from here. As for us, when he lays it, we want to be served a copy of that right now, not later. So, Mr. Clerk, you may be shielded in a few minutes that you can't speak on the floor. But if after 30 minutes, members don't get a copy, it would have meant that you have deceived Parliament by placing something on the other paper, maybe through the chief whip, who has also not seen a copy of what he is laying. Yes, you haven't seen a copy. None of you there have seen a copy of whatever you are laying. That is the fact. Mr. Speaker, let's keep this one. That is my view, that let's keep this particular one. He can lay the other one. Let's keep this one, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Order 97.3, and as a bona fide member of the House, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to request from the member presenting the paper, Mr. Speaker, to render a short explanatory statement underpinning the paper is presented. Mr. Speaker, the order in question reads, a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Mr. Speaker, the dictionary meaning of the word upon is that it is an official meaning of the word on. So, on the presentation of the paper, Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that you should render a short explanatory statement regarding underpinning the paper that is laying. Otherwise, then, Mr. Speaker, I'll proceed to urge you to invoke Order 97.4 so that the paper will be deemed not to have been laid. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as a matter of record, since the chief whip for the minority stated unequivocally that I have not seen a copy of the agreement, and he says that is a fact. The Speaker, that indeed cannot be factual. You cannot bear false witness in this House. You cannot. It's sacrilegious. You can't bear false witness in the House. Mr. Speaker, having said so, the other matter is the provision being quoted profusely by the Honorable Dafiano. Mr. Speaker, the language there is succinct and unambiguous. A short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Mr. Speaker, when the presentation has been done, then this will kick in. Now, you have mounted a barrier that we will not allow the paper to be presented. How do you activate what you are saying? Mr. Speaker, you can't do this in anticipation of what the person is, is requested to do. But, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that this is holding us back. There's so much work to be done. So, with the greatest respect, and they are talking in particular about the E Roman number 2. If we can stand up. If we can stand that one down and move to others, because first of all, as I keep saying, it cannot be that a member or a chairman of a committee or a minister, deputy minister, whoever wants to present a paper to the House, especially a minister presenting a paper on behalf of the government, and Parliament will say that we will not allow you to do the presentation. It cannot be done. It does not exist in any Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not there. I'm just saying that, just so that the House will not be held down, I would want to plead that I want to pray with you that we stand the E Roman number 2 down and do the others. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, because we turn it into a debate, I had a difficulty in participating because the rules don't permit me to participate in the debate. But the procedure clearly laid out by our rules and practice is for the Speaker to admit business. I have to admit the business before they come on the order paper. And before I admit the business, I have to satisfy myself that there are sufficient copies available so that after it's presented to the House, the papers could be distributed to members. In this particular instance, I did assure myself that there were sufficient copies available at the office of the clerk. Because when you read 97, it's talking about at the office of the clerk. When you have sufficient papers available at the office of the clerk. And I assured myself that there were sufficient papers before they were admitted. And when you admit the paper from 95, we are told, 96, we are told how the paper should be presented. And so that has been followed. It's after it's presented that the rest follow. A member may request that a short brief be given to the House as to the nature or substance of the paper that has been presented. That is there. But until it's laid, the others don't arise. And so I want to permit the minister to lay the paper if so requested by any member. Then we follow through the contents of the paper. But now we are doing the procedure. And so I think so far the House hasn't erred. We are quite in order. And I'll allow the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to present the paper to the House. Now the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is not at his seat. Yes, Majority Chief Whip, the Minister is not at his seat.
Speaker, I can assure the House that I will produce the Minister when it's time for him to lay the paper. But
well, it's time. It's time. I've given him the opportunity.
In the meantime, you want to rather proceed to other people.
The meantime. The Minister is here. The Minister is here. He is here. So he should lay the Minister is here. Please let him lay the paper, then we can proceed to the other things.
Request for waiver of import duties, import NHIL, import get fund levy, import VAT, EXIM levy, and special imports levy, amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 12,757,780 euros on materials and equipment required to be imported by the Ministry of Energy, Messrs. Then Gas Ship Ghana Limited for the electrification of 205 communities in the Upper East region under the National Electrification Scheme and the Self-Help Electrification Program, SHEP 4 Phase 2. Financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $250 million United States dollars for the Ghana Financial Stability Project.
Honorable members, the two papers itemized at item 9E, Roman 1 and 2, are laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. I now await any further issue. That is okay. Then we move on. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and we respect your ruling on that. Now that he has presented the paper, can he go ahead now and under Order 97.3 tell us give us some explanation as to what this loan is about? And second, it's been late. Can we see this paper being distributed to members? No, Mr. Speaker said he's seen enough copies. We agree. Mr. Speaker said he's seen enough copies. We agree. Now that Mr. Speaker has seen enough copies, and
well, I have no problem. I can direct the clerk.
Exactly. So, Mr.
Available copies now.
Yes, Mr.
For
Speaker.
distribution to members.
Exactly. So
that I'm sure. I'm sure there are sufficient
thank you very
copies.
much, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, I accordingly direct that you make copies available to all members.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go to the second one.
Okay.
Please, Majority Chief, let me just allow the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to just give us a very short explanatory statement, on the paper laid, and then we move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the $250 million facility is a financing agreement between the Government of Ghana and the IDA, the International Development Association of the World Bank Group. And Speaker, it is for Ghana's financial stability project. The Speaker, it's a critical note in the restructuring that government has embarked on. And that agreement, the discussion with the World Bank IMF group, preparatory to where we are today, was really, it was, Mr. Speaker, so it was part of the discourse that we engaged in. So that is what it's supposed to do, to solidify the platform for us. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable members, the order simply says a short explanatory statement shall be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. That is all. So the short explanatory statement has been made, and that suffices for us to move on. Honorable members, let me just, with your kind permission, acknowledge the presence of the students from the Sunyani Technical University. Sunyani Technical University is located in the Sunyani East constituency. We have as many as 101 students present here. If you recall, recently we had the pleasure of them hosting us at the university to execute one of our events as part of the celebration of the 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the Fourth Republic. They did indicate to us that they will be here, somewhere here a few days ago, and this is the second batch led by a lecturer by name Tony Ellis Samson Opoku. Usually they like leading from behind. So, yes, I can see that they are behind. They are here as the leaders of the group, 101 of them. On your behalf, I warmly welcome them to the House. And it's good that they are here to see what we do. And as I keep on saying, what we do here, and why we do what we do. I'm sure that our staff will take them through why we do what we do. We will not have time to do that, but they will experience it, and I decided to relax the rules for you to make these exchanges, for them to see how we conduct our businesses. Once again, you are warmly welcome. I encourage you to keep on coming to learn so that in future, when you take over from us, you perform better than us. You are welcome. You may kindly resume your seats. Yes. Majority Chief Whip. Yes.
Yeah, with your indulgence, we rather want to go on to other people addendum 2 and take item 1, after which you revert.
Yeah. Honorable Member, I will not indulge. I actually have not had any sight of those papers. And I cannot testify as to who has given them the order to list them on the order paper. I haven't admitted them.
Speaker, with respect, Speaker, I am rather referring to the laying of the 37 reports of the appointment committee. Speaker, we discussed it at conclave.
Sorry?
I'm referring to other people addendum 2, specific to item 1, 37 reports of the appointment committee. Speaker, we discussed it and you consented to it. That it should be laid.
At conclave, my attention was drawn to the fact that this report is ready. But I haven't seen it. As I sit here, I haven't seen it. So that's why I'm saying I even queried the clerks. I said I haven't admitted any such thing because I haven't seen it. Today you just raised the issue on the floor, and I have to testify here that I was assured, and I can testify that there are sufficient copies for distribution. I haven't seen this one. Please. They may make it available, and then I'll ask the necessary questions. When I satisfy myself, then we can continue with it. I haven't seen it. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. You saw me always crisscrossing to the other side. It was in connection with the other people addendum. Mr. Speaker, we have addendum 1 and addendum 2. The addendum 1 is in connection with the lithium agreement and the mining list. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the business committee, I was wondering why it should rather come in the form of other people addendum. Well, it was not part of the programs that were programmed for today. But Mr. Speaker, it's a very controversial issue. CSOs are discussing it. Even people are demonstrating based on it. So such documents, before they come, leadership must be engaged, the speaker must be briefed. So Mr. Speaker, you are right. But it is not this one that is referring to. Myself, I went there and I asked, he himself, as a government chief whip, is not even privy to it. So they are saying that when it is late, we will see. So Mr. Speaker, clearly, if it is not in connection with this, I think once it is appointment committee report, that is a different matter from the lithium and the mining list. This is where we have a serious controversial matters to be raised, and that is what we are kicking against.
Honorable members, I'm being very cautious about this matter. I have here order paper addendum. Then I have order paper addendum 2.
We don't have that.
Then I have order paper addendum 3. All of a sudden, addendums have come, 3 of them. and they just brought them to my table. I haven't had sight of any of these papers. I can't allow that to proceed. I think we can take the other matter, which we commence the debate and is still pending, on the report on the league tape, whilst you try and put your house in order in connection with these things. When that is done, we'll definitely go back to it. Yes, please. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, before we go to that business, just for the record, I think my colleague should just be fair to me, because I had not called the business you referred to, which is advertised on other paper addendum. I have not even referred to it. And I engaged you and told you that based on the understanding, we were not going to take the item. So that it was needless, with the greatest respect to my colleague, to have addressed the same matter. So that matter has been dealt with. So we can then proceed and lay a few papers, and then we can conclude on your the business. Item F, 9F, and 9G by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Honourable members, item 9F to be laid by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. I assume that is the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs that is being called upon to do so. Yes. 9F to be laid by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs for and on behalf of the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Annual report of the Ghana Boundary Commission for the year 2023. Budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the period January to December 2023. Submission of the contract between the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and Messrs. Anok Holdings Limited in response to question 1966.
Honourable members, item 9F, Roman 1, which deals with the annual report of the Ghana Boundary Commission for the year 2023, is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Lands and Forestry for consideration and report to the House. In respect of item 9F, Roman 2, which deals with the budget performance report in respect of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, is also referred to the Committee on Lands and Forestry for consideration and report to the House. 9F Roman 3 deals with a contract agreement which came when question number 1966 was asked and responded to, and I think this was outstanding, and the requirement is for it to be laid in the House. Now it's been submitted, and I think it's just in response to the question. I think after the person that posed the question goes through it, and there's some outstanding business, it will be processed back for the consideration of the House again. So I'll call on the person that raised the question, number 1966, to receive the submission of the contract and later on get back to the House if there's a need for us to do anything in respect of that. I don't know what is the subject matter of that question, because I wasn't presiding when it was actually asked. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the request on the minister ensued from the answer that he proffered to question 1966. And so it was a request not from the member who asked the question, but by the House. So I would entreat that members may give in copies. And when we have read and there are outstanding issues, we want to do any follow-up, that could be done.
Well, if it was a request by the House, then I direct that copies of the contract be made available to every member of the House for the information of the members. As we direct. Yes, we go to 9G, and the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is to present the papers from G Roman 1 to all. Roman 1 to
Roman 1 all the way to XXXV on page 9.
XXXV.
Yes.
All to be laid
Together
by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And given the quantum involved, I will just, Speaker,
lay them with just one bow.
I request that after...
But they will be read throughout.
Yes, after the presentation, because it's in one basket, we do the referral to the committee and save the table officers from going through everything. On account of that, Mr. Speaker, I do the presentation.
Annual report of the Audit Committee of the Peki College of Education for the year 2023.
Honorable members, the papers itemized under item 9G, Roman 1, 2, Roman XXXV are laid accordingly, and all are referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. They are all annual reports from various institutions under the purview and jurisdiction of the Committee on Education. Yes, we may now move to
Speaker, with respect, shall we proceed to take item 10. And may I seek your leave for it to be done by the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. We are item 10 on page 11.
Yes.
Item 10.
So, Speaker, item 10 is Council of State Regulation 2024. I can't see the chairman of the subsidiary legislation committee here. We want to be briefed by the ranking member. If the chairman is not here, who is the ranking member? So, Speaker, whether pre-laying has been done, and if they've done pre-laying, whether their views have been incorporated. Normally, that's the Speaker. This is the reason why we insist that any time such a pre-laying processes has been attended, leadership should be briefed, so that when we get to laying and they are not here, we will not be arguing among ourselves as to whether pre-laying has been done. Yes, Council of State. We did the Council of State. We enacted the Council of State Act here under the 7th Parliament or so. So if a regulation is coming in that regard, I think the Speaker is in good order. However, since our hands may be tied by Article 11.7, when we get to such stage, we normally want to be convinced by the ranking member and the chairman as to whether they've done the necessary pre-laying processes and have been concluded. Well, once you lay it, it's a moving train. That is the confirmation I want from the majority leader. My chairman, Honorable Dominic Ayini, has not briefed me anyway. I don't know whether Chief Whip, we have not been briefed as to whether they've done the pre-laying. But I don't know whether you have. Mr. Speaker, to be on the safer side, you remember last week, an instrument was laid. And later when you saw it, you advised that since there's nothing we could do, it should be withdrawn. That instrument is still moving. Once the person gets the opportunity to lay it, to withdraw it becomes a different thing. And the one who lays it is the only person who can withdraw it. So that's the main reason why when we get here, we want to be convinced. So, Mr. Speaker, in order for them not to take you through the path that they took you to last week, and later you were advising the Minister for Trade to withdraw the cement manufacturing LI. And he said, no, once it has delayed, it's not going to be withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, I will urge my brother on the other side to wait until the chairman and the ranking member on the subsidiary legislation committee brief leadership that yes, we've done the necessary pre-laying processes and we have come together. Our views have been incorporated. Leader, I think it will be in the better thing to do. Thank you very much.
Actually, I haven't had sight of this instrument. I haven't at all. So even though you mentioned at the conclave that we were going to present papers, you know, we didn't know which particular papers because there are a lot of them on the other paper. This one, I haven't cited it at all. Yes.
Well, there should be no problem. But I can only assure my colleagues that I related to the table office. On our side, I related to subsidiary legislation, I related to the ranking. And it was based on feedback I had. That was why we were motivated to lay the said item. But having listened to my colleague, I don't think we have to proceed further. We may want to stand it down. But the burden is on you. You have to look for your chairman. Honorable, look for Honorable Ayeni, and then let's get it done. We also don't need to unduly delay the business. So, Speaker, I will accede to the call of my colleague and hence stand down the business temporarily.
Honorable members, I seek your indulgence to suspend sitting for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Honorable members, kindly resume your seats. Yes, we may now go on. Who is leading us? Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, I think you indicated that there was a report. I think the Atachia report.
Yes. Okay, we'll go to that item. Item. What's the number?
Mr. Speaker. Page what?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Motion number 32 was moved. It was seconded. We are debating it, and the Honorable Atacha was on his feet, and therefore debate to continue, and he will definitely be given opportunity to wind up.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, if you may indulge me, if we can just lay the Council of State regulation. We had a discussion about it. Just lay it and then continue.
Please, it's not about you having discussion. I say I haven't had sight of it. I haven't seen it at all.
Okay, very well.
Yes, so please, let's go on to that motion.
All right, very well.
We will give him some more time to air his views and to conclude. I hope members of the committee are available to lead the discussion. It's a very sensitive matter that those who actually are not part of it may not get the opportunity because of the nature of the matter we're handling. Yes, so we'll definitely go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because of the sensitivity of some of the matters who transpired when we were in camera, as the chairman of the committee, I felt strongly that the IGP should be given the opportunity to come and also answer some of the matters in camera. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed in getting him there, and then the allegations were made, strong as they are, 3 of them, as you said, relating to extrajudicial killings, but he was not available to, counter those allegations. Honorable Speaker, another matter of consequence which came before the committee has gotten to do with a voice on the tape trying to teach Chief Bugri Nabu as to how to do the taping. That was very interesting. So who was trying to educate Chief Bugri Nabu as to how he should do the taping? When we were conducting business in camera, Mr. Sari was very, very, very clear that there is a certain ASP Kenneth Asante. He's supposed to be the right-hand man of the Inspector General of Police. And it is this individual who was responsible for the taping. So we decided, some of us were very strong on the matter that, yes, okay.
Sorry, yes.
Speaker, respectfully, I was not here at the very outset of this debate. I don't know how far it's traveled. But then listening to the chairman of the committee is indicating to us that they had to do some in-camera meetings and interviews. Now, with that, if in plenary, which is open to everybody, can we then go into aspects relating to meetings that, for whatever reason, the committee decided to hold in-camera meetings on? Would it be appropriate? I'm having some worries about what he's told us. That is, if indeed that is the truth. And I have no cause to disbelieve him anyway. I want us to come to some determination on that, because this is something that's not been done before. Can we go on the way he's going on when they themselves found it necessary not to have an open session, but elected to do an in-camera hearing? Now in plenary, we think that it's appropriate to hear what they themselves elected to do in camera. Because I think we should come to some determination on that.
Yes, please. Let me thank the former majority and to say that I think his concerns were rare when we started, but to let him know that the issues he's raised really came full cycle in the earlier debate. And the Right Honourable Speaker, his wisdom, brought the debate to an end, and then we have had an engagement. My hope is that there are ground rules that has been agreed on in terms of us going forward to ensure that certain sensitive issues are not brought in this plenary. And so we have addressed those issues thanks to the direction of the Speaker. So just to assure him that we've dealt with those aspects of the concern he has. Actually, we have had a discussion on this matter. I yesterday engaged the members of the committee on this issue and drew their attention to the fact that what transpired the other day went beyond some of the boundaries that are established by parliamentary inquiry and oversight deliberations. And we agreed on the perimeters. And so I believe that you stay within those perimeters. Those things that are in camera are not things that should be out camera. And so I'm sure he'll be guided by that. If it's not at any time, I will definitely rule on it as we go along. And that is why from the very beginning I stated that members of parliament who have not been privy to the deliberations of the committee and who don't know these boundaries will not be given the opportunity to contribute to this deliberation. So I hope that member will take it on board.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll keep within the boundaries of decency. Look, I always remain in if I'm going wayward. Yes. So, Honourable Speaker, where it was pointing to was very serious because Chief Indebugri had said that he didn't. I'm sorry. It's part of the fatigue of today. I've been overstrained. I'm sorry. Chief Bugri Nabu said he didn't, put the gadget together. Somebody did it for him. Is that so? So if it is said that it is the IGP's man, a gentleman called ASP Kenneth Asante, who did the taping, it was a position that would change the entire investigation. So that it will come to the point of saying that this tape has been improvised by the IGP himself. But Chief Bugri Nabu said some people were trying to show their concerns about elections and how it is possible that the IGP could change the electoral fortunes of some party, and some people cannot break the age if the IGP is there, and was going to take the tape to the president so that he will listen to it himself. As it happened, there was a pointer to that. I was hugely surprised that anybody would say that there is a voice on the tape, and that individual whose voice was on the tape should never be called. It was an anticlimax for me, because at the end of the day, what were we trying to say? We are trying to find the truth. And if it should be ever said that somebody's voice is on the tape, I won't call that individual, it will have turned the whole issue in another direction. Regarding this matter, 3 members said, no, don't call ASP Kenneth Asante. And 3 said, what? We should call him. And so, by reason of that, and the voting pattern, that matter was never investigated as to who did the taping. One can surmise that if it was IGP's boy, ASP Asante, Kenneth Asante, who did the taping, and Chief Buginabu was surprised when he heard the leaked tape. He was very surprised because he was supposed to have had custody of the tape. Then it can be surmised that the tape was at the instance of the IGP, so that it is put in the public domain that probably somebody is trying to hound him out of office. For what reason? So MPP will not be able to break the age. It was a gaping hole in the project of finding evidence that we shouldn't call the one whose voice is on the tape. As far as I'm concerned, as to whether or not it was Chief Bugre Nabu who did the taping for purpose of presenting to President Akufo-Addo, or it is IGP's boy who did the taping, and later it was leaked. There is this evidential lacuna that we were not interested in, and the committee, didn't go into that matter at all, because it will have serious consequences. Honourable Speaker, there is yet another matter which came to the fore. It has gotten to do with Chief Bugre Nabu swearing on oath that the last time he spoke to the IGP was some 8 months ago. He said so, because there was an effort to connect the two. The IGP mounted the witness box and also swore on oath that the last time he spoke to Chief Bugre Nabu was some 8 months ago. As it happened, and it was in the open, somebody said he heard what was going on in the open. And it's not true, because he was with Chief Bugre Nabu when the IGP called recently. And Chief Bugre Nabu is fond of putting his calls on speaker when big men call. So he wants to come and testify that indeed and in fact they spoke recently. Honourable Speaker, these two individuals have spoken on oath. And if it should turn out that indeed and in fact the two of them said something different on oath, then both of them will be on the verge of perjury. And we know that perjury is a criminal offense. There's no dispute about it. And even some individuals were found for perjury, according to the report. Yes, okay.
Yes, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, thank you for obliging me. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring to your attention a matter that just came to my attention. And if, with your leave, I'll proceed with same. I'm told that the report was laid by the Honorable Kennedy Ejapon. Yes, the report, the subject matter of the debate was laid by the Honorable Kennedy Ejapon, and that he is not a member of the ad hoc committee, and he is a chair of Defense and Interior Committee. This is not a matter which was given to the Defense and Interior Committee. Mr. Speaker, my understanding per our practice is that we allow, in the absence of the chair of a particular committee, any member to lay the report. But this is an instance where a person who is, although a member of parliament, and by our practice, our constitution, is supposed to participate in plenary debate, but not a member of the ad hoc committee that you set up. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to bring to the fore for your guidance, so that tomorrow somebody does not raise a procedural issue on this matter. And your guidance will be well received, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue raised by the Leader of the House is rather belated. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, on the occasion when the report was duly laid, I was in the House. I drew the attention of leadership to the fact that the report was ready for laying, and in fact, I was ready and willing to lay it. However, the majority chief whip took the decision that once the chairman for the Defense and Interior Committee had earlier laid a report for that particular committee, he be called upon to lay the report for and on behalf of the chairman of the special committee. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to take note of something here. The report in question was not the chairman's report. It was the committee's report. The ad hoc committee, so that in the event that the chairman was unwilling to lay the report, permission could be sought by the leader for a member to lay the report for and on behalf of the committee. That was my understanding. The practice of this House is that even in cases where ministers of truth, just today, leave was sought for the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to lay papers and reports for and on behalf of the Minister for Finance in this House. It's a practice. I don't think there is anything very bad about such a practice. In any case, Mr. Speaker, we now operate under the aegis of the new rules. And so this gives Mr. Speaker the opportunity to make a pronouncement on the import of what the new rules really have to say about the presentation of papers. And now, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll refer you to Order 96. The position here is a departure from what used to obtain under the old standing orders. The old standing orders made room for the chairman or the vice chairman or a member of the committee in question specifically But these rules, for whatever reason, makes a clear departure. And Mr. Speaker, this is what the new Order 96 says. A paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, comma, for the sake of emphasis, the chairperson of a committee, comma, a member, comma, without qualification, a minister or a head of an independent constitutional body. So a member in this context, please, let's not do that. You know, I know the rules of interpretation so well. The point is, these are new standing orders. I am saying that under the old standing orders, the matter was very specific. So I spoke about a member of the committee, very specific. But here, what we have is a member simpliciter. A member simpliciter. Maybe Mr. Speaker needs to make a pronouncement on this matter. In any case, what I said initially was that the report permission was sought for the chairman of the Defense and Interior Committee to lay that report on behalf of the committee, not the chairman if he had issues with the report and its laying. So we need to be very clear on this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Where are we now?
Mr. Speaker, for me, I think I associate myself with aspects of the submissions by my respected colleague, Honorable James Agaga. But the gray area for your consideration is the interpretation he gives to Order 96. Just as he's become aware, Mr. Speaker, I was told that the Honorable Kennedy Ejapon was asked to lay the report on behalf of the chairman. Now, the member who laid the report is not a member of the committee. And he was in the chamber. I don't know the understanding they had. And I'm happy he's here to clarify that although he was here, he said that it was okay for a member who was not a member of the committee. Now, Mr. Speaker, if as it is okay for any member of parliament to lay a paper, which paper is a report of a committee, even though that member of parliament is not a member of that committee, that will be the guiding principle and rule for us. In my humble view, and I do so modestly, my reading of Order 96 would lead me to an interpretation where there would be no uncertainty and absurdity, which would mean that the context of member as provided will mean a member of the committee. However, if this House would want to take a broader view, which broader view would be the known rule of purposive interpretation, to say that by purposive interpretation, this House must not hit a roadblock in the conduct of its business. And Mr. Speaker, it is right that Parliament would always be guided by the rule of necessity and prudence in its work.
So if we want to adopt that, to say that, look, Parliament must not be impeded in any way, that if a committee is done with its work and some members are unavailable and plenary wants to work, any member should be able to delay the report once the report is available. If that is a practice, I am for it. It helps us. Especially in a time like this that we are in an election year where members may be busy going up and down and all. So, Mr. Speaker, if we want to invoke the necessity rule to guide us in interpreting Order 96, especially the provision of a member to mean member in the plenary, I will support it. But, Mr. Speaker, I felt that though I wasn't in the chamber, this matter haven't come to my attention. It's important I draw the attention of Mr. Speaker. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I ran it with my respected senior and former, the former leader, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, and also consulted a former leader to ask that what their view is. Except that, Mr. Speaker, I could not get the opportunity at the time because you had just come in. So I thought, given the opportunity, I could raise it. So, Mr. Speaker, if we take the position that any member could lay, so be it. We can carry on with our work without any controversy again. I thank you, sir.
I'm given the opportunity to rule on this matter. Do you think that I don't have sufficient information and material to rule so that you want to continue? If that's the case, I'll allow you. I say I should guide. I should guide the House. So I'll guide the House. But then it means I should give them the opportunity before I come to you.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Ahmed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he's seeking for your guidance. But if we also don't comment, it will be as if we slept on our right by allowing the majority chief whip to call on the honorable ranking member for honorable chairman for Defense and Interior Committee to lay the paper on that day. Mr. Speaker, the honorable ranking member on Defense and Interior has stated categorically that he was willing to lay the paper, and he was prevailed upon to allow the chairman of the Defense and Interior to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, if you go through our standing orders, Order 96 has clearly been read to you. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but this is clear English. If you read Order 96, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, then a member. But, Mr. Speaker, who is a chairperson? If you come to the interpretation column in Order 5, subject to the provisions of this Constitution and any other enactment, where there is doubt, these orders shall be interpreted by Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, interpretation will come from you. When you come to 252, in any case not provided for in these orders, Mr. Speaker shall decide on procedural question. However, Mr. Speaker, this is clear. If you come to the interpretation column, chairperson means a person appointed by the House or the relevant caucus to preside over a business of a committee. Mr. Speaker, why didn't the standing orders say a paper may be laid by a chairperson, but rather said a chairperson of a committee? It defined a chairperson and qualified by a chairperson of a committee. So a chairperson of a committee may lay a paper. If the standing orders had wanted a member of a committee to lay a paper, after stating a chairperson of a committee, they would have continued to say that a member of a committee. Mr. Speaker, that was in the 7th Parliament, and that was in the old standing orders. We have moved. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, where we are, and Mr. Speaker, you did not err by allowing the chairman of the Defense and Interior Committee to lay the paper. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable James Agaga didn't have the power to interpret the orders. A leave was sought by you. He was by the chair. He was willing. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of lawyers behind me, and I'm being guided, Mr. Speaker, to define who a member of a committee is. Mr. Speaker, still in order 196. Still in the interpretation column. Mr. Speaker, a member means a member of parliament. But in this context, the standing orders didn't say a member of a committee. Where it wanted to say a chairperson of a committee, it stated it. Where it wanted to say a member. Mr. Speaker, a member is not a stranger. A member is not a stranger. So if a member has performed his constitutional mandate, Mr. Speaker, by your leave and the leave of all of us in this house, it will not be in good order after we have moved for the leader of the house to come and say that he has just been briefed. But he's not been totally briefed about the willingness of the ranking member on that day to lay the paper. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we must move. We have moved a vice chairman. James Agaga was the vice chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we must move because we have moved.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the issue being canvassed by the majority leader is simple. When I raised the issue, I said I wasn't here when you started dealing with the matter. And I honestly don't want to bring us back. However, the matter that has been raised by the majority leader is a substantive matter. And it says to us that the member who did that did not have the capacity to have done that. That's the import of what he's saying. That is the import of what he is saying. Now, if that is so, then it will mean that the argument that we are hearing, that we have moved on, so let's go on, would not be of any material benefit to the House. Because in that regard, we'll be attempting to place something on nothing. If what was done amounts to nothing, you can't place something on nothing. That is what you should understand. Now, Mr. Speaker, the point being made, again, by the Deputy Whip for the Minority, he reading copiously Order 96 to us. It says, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker. The chairperson of a committee, a member, a minister, or a head of an independent constitutional body. A paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, chairperson of a committee, a member, minister, or head of an independent constitutional body. The majority leader is urging us that we should place the use of the word member in context. And we are being told that no, we should disregard it. A member means a member of parliament, so the member of parliament there, any member could present a paper to the House. Mr. Speaker, if that is the argument, now the entire provision reads, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker. It's not only a member who is mentioned, by the Speaker. Are you suggesting that the Speaker can present a paper on behalf of any committee to the House. Is that your understanding of the provision? Now he's saying it's different. Now he's saying it's different. That is why you should read it in context. The Speaker, the chairperson of the committee, a member of the House, a member of Parliament, a minister, and you mentioned the definition of stranger. You may have a minister who can transact business in this House, who may not be a member of Parliament, and he's not a stranger. Are you indicating to us that such a minister could present a paper to the House on behalf of the committee? Is that your understanding of the provision? Mr. Speaker, this understanding is most bizarre. The minister is not a stranger. That is why we allow him to transact business with us in the House. Are you saying that the minister, who is not a member of Parliament, can present a committee of which he is not a member of? Mr. Speaker, clearly, this understanding is most bizarre. But as I'm saying, the majority leader ended by saying that he wants your guidance on this. And as I'm saying, I also am not minded to bring us back. If you want to listen, if you think that we should move on, so be it. But I am just resting my case on the interpretation being given by the minority whip, which I think is most unfortunate. But, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands, and we should be going forward with this. So I thank you very much.
Yes. Honourable Speaker, thank you. Without prejudice to Order 96 and the issues being raised, it is important that we understand that unfortunately the leader and the former leader were not here when the report was laid and when we began the debate. The Speaker was very clear that the chairman of the committee had not signed the report. In fact, he had disowned the report because he had a different view. And so under the circumstances, the Speaker, you even went to the extent of informing the House that despite the fact that this report was signed, was supported by majority, he will still allow the chairman of the committee to bring his issues, which were not even part of the report, independently. He has been given the chance today. He's about to conclude.
He's continuing.
Yes. We've gone past that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason I said that without prejudice to Order 96 and the issues is that we have to averse our minds to how we started and why the issues are where, and you have gone to the extent of accommodating the chairman. The chairman didn't even sign the report. So the argument that the chairman was supposed to have been here today is neither here nor there. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that you've gone to the extent you've really shepherded this issue, and we are about to end it with all the sensitivities around it. Unfortunately, the leader and the former leader were not here, so they don't have the background that we have. And we know the extent you've gone to bring us here. And I will plead that they allow us to basically finish and conclude this very important debate. I thank you. Yes, my brother, former Minister for Roads and Highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the controversy almost hovers around the word member. And, Mr. Speaker, in my respectful view, there is no controversy at all about interpreting Order 96, as was quoted by Honorable Agaga. And Honorable Agaga, I am happy he did indicate that he knows the rules of interpretation. And Honorable Agaga, you know that with every word, every sentence in law, you have to first give it its ordinary meaning. it is only when that meaning will lead to absurdity that you can resort to other forms of interpretation. But, Mr. Speaker, Order 96, to me, is straightforward, and we do not need to overstretch our mind at all in interpreting it. And as he read, Mr. Speaker, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, a member. If the framers of these rules wanted a member to be any member of this House, the framers would have said so explicitly. No, the framers would have said so explicitly. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that chairperson of the committee is preceding the word member, even if you draw a causal link between the two, it means that the member here is making reference to the member of the committee. I mean, it's clear. It's a straightforward thing. So, because the member immediately follows the chairperson of the committee. So it presupposes that the word member is referring to the committee, that body. So, and it cannot be any ordinary member of this House. And that a member of the committee would have had a knowledge of the paper that is being presented. So any member who is not a member of the committee, how can he present the paper? It's a straightforward thing, and this does not even call for any other forms of rules of interpretation in law. That is my humble submission, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear Agalga before Bernard Ahiefo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The Honorable Amwakwata started with an application of the rules of interpretation very well when he stated that if Parliament, in enacting for itself these standing orders, had wanted the meaning of member to be qualified, this House would have said so expressly. He started on the right note. But unfortunately, at the tail end of his argument, he departed from the rule of interpretation, the expressio unis rule. But to compound my colleague's woes, he omitted to advert his mind to the fact that these orders comes with an interpretation section, which defines for us member. And so clearly the definition of member here is member of Parliament without any qualification. But Mr. Speaker, most importantly, if you go back to the Order 96 on presentation of papers, Order 96(3) actually gives members of Parliament the opportunity to question members or even the Speaker, to give an explanation, render an explanation with respect to the particular paper he or she may have presented. What is the import of this? It is to ensure that whoever is presenting the paper has sufficient knowledge of the paper being presented. And so my thinking is that what is envisaged under the Order 96 is that the one presenting the paper should be armed with sufficient information. You should know what you are presenting. So when the Honorable Chair, the former leader, attempted to present a paper, Mr. Speaker, I remember my brother, Honorable Dafia Boko, invoked this particular order and actually wanted him to give us an explanation, which he did. That is the import. That is the import of the rule. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Amwakwata got it wrong on this one. Thank you very much. Let us stick to the interpretation of member under the interpretation section. It is not for nothing. And that is why I deliberately refer, Mr. Speaker, to the old standing orders.
No, it's not in that thing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is strict learning that in interpretation, you give the primary meaning, not the secondary meaning. It is only when the primary meaning will result into absurdity that you try to give a further meaning to it. He quoted the principles correctly. I, however, disagree with him that when we look at Order 96, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, a member, a minister, or a head of an independent constitutional body. The fact that a member here is following a member of a committee, we should therefore interpret that particular member to mean a member of the committee is very erroneous. To know the meaning of a member referred to here, you go to the interpretation. And when you go to the interpretation at page 5, a member has been described or defined to be a member of parliament. So the fact that we said a member of a committee, a member, does not mean in interpretation you should interpret a member to be a member of that particular committee. If the framers of the standing order intended that that member should be a member of the committee, they would have expressly stated in the law that a member of the committee, the use of the comma here in the law is very important. So you cannot therefore interpret a member to mean a member of a committee. It's referring to a member as defined by the interpretation of the law to mean a member of parliament. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Honorable members, you made these rules. You voted and adopted the rules. And I thought that we agreed that after practicing the rules in the standing orders of 2000, we met challenges. And so the new rules are meant to provide some solutions to those challenges. And so I've been guided by that in my interpretation of the rules. Now, when you look at the old rules, and you go to Rule 74, Rule 74 says, a paper may be presented to the House only by Mr. Speaker, the chairman of a committee, a member, or a minister. When you come to the new rules, Rule 96, it says, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, not Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, a member, a minister, or a head of an independent constitutional body. Now, when you go to the interpretation, the new rules interpret the Speaker and also Mr. Speaker. The Speaker in the new rules means the Speaker elected under the constitutional provision, which means the substantive Speaker. Mr. Speaker means the substantive Speaker and includes the deputy speakers and the member presiding. They can be referred to as Mr. Speaker. But when you say the Speaker, it means only the one that cannot vote. Yes. The Speaker cannot vote, but Mr. Speaker can vote. So the deputy speakers can vote, the chairman can vote, but the Speaker cannot vote. That is clear. And the Supreme Court interpreted it. And the Supreme Court, they were right in that interpretation. Now, when you come to this context, in today's context, and as I stated earlier, my understanding was because we made challenges in trying to implement the old standing orders. And our aim in the new standing orders is not to let technicalities constrain or prevent Parliament from performing its duties and functions. So the rules have been relaxed. And that is why we have even gone beyond a member or a minister. And in the new standing orders, we included head of an independent constitutional body. In the old standing orders, they were all seen as strangers. In the new standing orders, we don't see them as strangers. We don't. Because their interpretation is very clear there too. And they have been captured and exempted from the definition of being strangers. And so they can also lay papers. They can present papers to the House. So before I allowed the request of the Majority Chief Whip to allow the Honorable Kennedy Ajepong to present the report, I referred to this. And my understanding was that any member could present the report. That is why I allowed it. I was presiding that day. That is why I allowed it. Because the Honorable James Agalga had requested, as a member of the ad hoc committee, to lay the report. But the Majority Chief objected and said that no, a member can lay it, and he would prefer Honorable Kennedy Ajepong to do so. And so when I read these provisions, I realized that a member here is not only limited to a member of the committee, but to a member of Parliament. And so I allowed it. And that is how we proceeded up to this time. And what he was simply doing was to conclude his submissions, because as we agreed yesterday, there are some things he mentioned that we thought were outside the perimeters of the guidelines of debate in these matters, very sensitive matters. So we accepted, and then we were guided by what to do to conclude today. And then when he started, we again drew his attention, but again, the former majority leader also came and drew our attention to the nature of the subject matter, and we emphasized it, and he said he's guided by it, and he's going to go by this admonition. And that's what we've been going on. And so I think that because this matter is of great national importance, particularly the issues that were raised, and the public showed great interest in the matter. The committee had difficulty in building consensus, and in fact yesterday I emphasized on that point, that there was no consensus and there was no unanimity. So we should allow people to air their views. At the end of the day, I'll give directives which should be followed through, because our role is that of oversight. We are not investigative bodies, even though the terms of reference actually in some portions use the word investigate. And so that is where we are now. And we said from the beginning, only members that are knowledgeable of the deliberations of the committee will be given the opportunity to contribute to the debate because of the sensitive nature of the matter. And so I want to urge that we continue. I plead with members, let's allow him to make his submissions, and then we can allow one or two, and then we call it a day. I'll give some directives on this matter. I thank you so much for the interest. At least now it has brought so many members to focus on the subject matter. My brother, you have, I should give you how many more minutes?
Belong, right, Speaker. Okay. I just want to, because of the right, Speaker, I also want some guidance. Because when you oversight, does it entail that you investigate, or the two are separated? How can you do serious oversight without investigating? And I'm a bit confused about the fact that we have powers of oversight, but we can't investigate. Okay. Honourable Speaker, the issue as to whether or not individuals can appear before a committee of parliament and lie is a very serious matter, so far as I'm concerned. Because at the end of the day, some of the powers we will under Article 103 is that even a committee of parliament has the elevation of some of the powers of a high court. But if people can just appear before a committee of parliament and tell us lies, then they want to debase our role. They do not respect the office of these committees. So if you pay regard to the fact that perjury is a criminal act, then nobody should take it as something of a joke. And if you pay regard to Section 210 of the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, perjury is a criminal offense. What is worse? Now, if there are some areas by way of perjury that we don't want to investigate, and at the same token, we want to cite some witnesses who appear before us having committed perjury, it is difficult to resolve the moral ambivalence. At one breath, we want to uphold perjury. At another breath, we want to disregard areas that will lead us to perjury, as to whether or not there was a problem of the IGP and Chief Bubi Nabu coming to tell us lies. I'll leave it as it is. Now, Honourable Speaker, there was a very important dimension that if you don't call the whistleblower, is it not possible, by reason of our powers, to call for the logs? Because you don't need the whistleblower to ascertain whether there's been a continuous conversation between the Inspector General of Police and then Chief Bubi Nabu. Because the logs will show conclusively whether they've been engaging recently or the past 8 months. The logs will show. If you commandeered NCA, they could bring all the logs to verify that position. And I'm saying that our role was a fact-finding body. We should embark on a voyage of finding facts. We shouldn't gag the evidence. We shouldn't block that road. And I'll flip it again because of the necessity to stand strong as a chairman of the committee. What if we commandeered the logs and the logs vindicated the IGP that indeed and in fact, if you pay regard to the logs, the last time they spoke was some 8 months ago. I would say the honesty and the bona fides of the IGP would have been established in the high heavens. Be it as it may, we didn't want to go there. If people begin to wonder, did they perjure themselves or the committee itself wants to paper it off? That was a challenge that we had as a committee. And that's one of the reasons why I chose not to sign the report. Honourable Speaker, there was yet another matter which I felt strongly should not have disturbed us at all, which is to say, can we elevate the matters on the tape? Some individuals talking to Chief Brugri Nabu as to how they believe the IGP will stand in the way of MPP from breaking the 8, and how somebody might be interested in his office. Can we elevate the conversation on the tape to the criminal realm of conspiracy? If you pay regard to what was being said, I do not even believe that the tape could persuade President Akufo-Addo to change an IGP. I don't believe it. I believe strongly that even if you send the tape to President Akufo-Addo doesn't want to dismiss the IGP, he will not dismiss him. And therefore, whatever was on the tape cannot activate a criminal act. What was on the tape could be if somebody is lobbying to become an IGP. We know in this our cultural milieu how lobbying is part of what people do. When people want serious offices to occupy, they always lobby. I don't want to mention certain areas, but all those who sit in very serious positions, they lobby chiefs to go and plead on their behalf. So are we going to write our criminal laws because of an incident that people are having a very banal conversation and it's taped and it's elevated to conspiracy, and the committee quoted section 23 of the Criminal Act that this is a serious matter of conspiracy. In my humble view, this does not measure up to a criminal thing for people to be discussing this matter. Now, let me take it to another level. Honourable Speaker, do you place any value on somebody saying that if somebody is the IGP, it could determine an outcome of an election? I couldn't believe this could be an argument of consequence, because the record will show, the history of our nation will show that a government or a president appointed an IGP. Nevertheless, the government lost the elections. I'll refer to two. That's the research I did. If you pay regard to the appointment of Peter Tingababing Nafuri, that was October 1, 1996 to January 21st, 2001. So the NDC appointed IGP Nafuri. Guess what happened? The NDC lost the elections. Please. 2000. Yes, that was a fact. President Kufuor was ushered in as the next president. So that kind of banal, illogical conversation, please, are you raising a point of order? Please, let me finish. I'm about to wind up. Yeah, please. When people are having a very illogical and, if you like, ordinary conversations of no consequence, as if
the IGP is the god of the elections. I'm tempted to believe that this low-cost conversation should not engage national attention and should not send any phobia in any party that if you don't have this particular IGP, you can't win elections, or if you have this particular IGP, you can't break the 8. That is my submission. Because, again, the election in which IGP Patrick Kwarteng Achampong was appointed during the NPP era. So the president at the time appointed Patrick Kwarteng Achampong as the IGP. We lost President Kufuor. We lost the elections. 2008, we lost the election. So there is no logical foundation for this phobia that a particular IGP has the power of determining who becomes the president. And therefore, when people want to politicize the fact that there's a particular IGP and because of his strength or his almightiness, he will prevent MPP from breaking the 8. It's so inconsequential, it's so illogical, it's so absurd that we shouldn't elevate this conversation to the national level. If you are afraid of losing an election, it is not an IGP who will turn it X or Y. You lose the election, with or without the IGP. This is on the tape. This is on the tape, and this is the concern which motivated Honorable Boa to make the statement that on the tape is a conversation that if we have this particular IGP, MPP cannot break the 8. It's right on the tape. I've not gone beyond my discussion. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude.
Just a minute.
I'm about to conclude.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Once I have a leader on the other side on his feet, I just want to hear what it is.
Mr. Speaker.
Then we can continue. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In reality, all the actors on the tape are people related to the MPP. So at what point did anybody in the NDC say that they are afraid of losing election? Then he's forgotten that the actors on the tape are all members of the MPP. So NDC has never participated in that tape. So he's actually losing track. He's losing track as to what he wanted to say. Because nobody in NDC was captured on the tape saying that they are afraid of an IGP helping any party win an election. So he's losing track of what he actually wants to say. Nobody from NDC was captured on the tape. It is non-NPP people who are saying that if they don't remove the current IGP, they stand a chance of losing the election.
Honorable Speaker, you can see this is no point of order. And it's trying yes. You know what you are saying is not point of order.
It's a point of argument, but I think that you seem to also be veering off. At least the perimeters of our discussion, because definitely you did indicate how you were going to proceed, but now you've added some sentences that were out of order. But you can continue.
Honorable Speaker, I'm only saying that there was an agitation, a concern that if this particular IGP is there, we can't break the 8. It's on the tape.
You are not arguing on concerns or agitations.
Yes.
You are arguing on the report and what happened at the committee. Don't talk about agitations and concerns outside that.
No. Honorable Speaker, you see, this argument is what has come to the fore that some people should be punished for this illogicality. And I'm saying that what they were discussing is so illogical and it's not even realistic for somebody to surmise that a particular IGP can determine an outcome of an election. And therefore, what is the matter? What is the sense in punishing people for their absurd positions and their illogicalities? That's my concern. That's why I'm saying that the whole issue of conspiracy falls flat. They were conspiring about nothing. They were just addressing their own phobia, they were addressing their own illogicality and their absurdities. Why should he engage national attention? That's my concern. Now move on. I've even shown you by data that even you can appoint an IGP and lose an election. I think this should minister to us. Honorable Speaker, I'm about to end. I don't intend to go beyond this. And those of you, yes, but you don't understand point of order. That is why we are struggling here. There's a difference between point of order and what you want to say. Now, Honorable Speaker, let me address a concern. Honorable Speaker, by reason of what has happened, this committee is urging on this House to consider a constitutional amendment to give constitutional tenure to an IGP. Honorable Speaker, I could tell you that this is a cut and paste and an importation of an action in the Supreme Court, which is entitled suit number J1/10/2024, plaintiffs, Imani Center for Policy Education, Professor Kwesi Enin, and the Attorney General. Are we being invited by this House that when an IGP who was appointed by the consultation of the President and was signed, the signature of the President appointed him, now we should give an IGP a constitutional tenure so that when he's on collusion course with the President should come and divulge national securities before a court of competent jurisdiction before the individual is sacked. This special IGP, I don't know how he has entered into the imagination of some people. I don't understand it. In which realm do we have in this whole civilized world? Please, let me finish. I'm about to end.
Please,
I'm respecting what Speaker said.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Honorable, please address me.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
I didn't get
from
address me. Address me.
This is your report, and I'm reading the report.
Honorable, please, you are on mic. They are not. So you are addressing me. Which portion of the report are you quoting?
There are some people who have not read the report. Yes. Oh, that's the administration I'm getting here. Yes. Page number 18 of 21. And D. This is what the committee is saying. Let's give because of what has happened, probably let's change the rules and amend the Constitution. As a corollary to the above, and in relation to the appointment of the IGP, it is crucial to review or amend Article 2021 of the 1992 Constitution and the relevant statute and subject the nominee to parliamentary approval in order to secure the political independence and legitimacy of the office of the IGP. This is important to protect the appointment process from perceptions of partisanship and political manipulation and ultimately preserve the sanctity of the appointment process. My question is...
That's a recommendation of the committee.
Yes, and I'm commenting...
I read that.
Yes, I'm commenting on this recommendation, distancing myself from it in the sense that you cannot say that the one who appointed you cannot dismiss you, and that we should give constitutional protection to somebody in the security space, so that if somebody in the security space is misbehaving, do we have to go to court and then go and divulge security matters before a court of law?
So far,
yes,
what you said is on point. My worry was you're quoting some cases before court.
Oh, yes. It's a cut and paste.
No,
yes.
no, no.
Oh,
please,
I
please.
can give you the suit. I've read it.
Please.
That is suit number J1/10.
Honorable.
Yes.
I have no problem. I'm saying limit yourself to what is here. Well, when you refer to that one, say it's cut and paste.
Yes.
You are bringing some other matters into this.
Very well. Yes. I respect you. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker. Yes. That is the conclusion of the matter. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I want to submit with the greatest of respect that this report reduced Parliament and a good committee of Parliament to a conveyor belt. That anything they drop on it should go. You do not just listen to people who come before a committee and that will bring you to a conclusion of the matter. You delve into the matters. A committee of Parliament is not a conveyor belt. They are supposed to delve into this matter. And on that showing, this report is so anemic. It lacks substance for plenary to found, with the greatest respect, any decision on it and to uphold this report. Yes. And I urge this House to reject this report because there is no foundation of evidence for this report. And we shouldn't make resolutions based on such an anemic report. And let me also quote the Bible as a concluding matter. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I know you are a lover of the Bible and you'll give me a little space to fetch. Yes. Yes. Honorable Speaker, for those who are outside the hallowed chambers of this august house, and they were trying to debate matters they didn't have understanding of, even before plenary could look at the matter, I want to quote Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. Woe to those. This is the New King James Version. Yes. And I quote, with the permission of Right Honourable Speaker, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. I'm grateful to Right Honourable Speaker for this kind indulgence. Thank you.
You will end up. So allow. If I take him, then we are going to put the question. You want more? You want to contribute? He should conclude. You want to conclude? Yes, so who want to contribute from this side? Because I know Honorable James Agalga definitely will have the opportunity. So you want to go on? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would seize this opportunity to respond to quite a number of issues raised by the chairman of the committee, who unfortunately did not sign the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, quite a number of issues have been raised, which constitutes a gross misrepresentation of the facts and of the report. And therefore, I want to point out the aspects of his contribution which seeks to distort the report so that the appropriate directives can be given. Because most of the things he has said are not born out of the report. Let me start with conspiracy, with respect. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the committee's deliberations, the chairman had the opportunity to raise the arguments that he has canvassed before this House this evening, that we could not elevate conspiracy to the level of our criminal jurisprudence under Section 23 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act. And we all agreed, as a result of that intervention, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, we did not use the definition of conspiracy under Section 23 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act. We borrowed the dictionary meaning of conspiracy and dealt with the matter as such. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you quickly to the aspect of the report on conspiracy. Who was the chairman of the committee? There was no chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 10(2). Paragraph 10(2). So, this is how we presented the matter. In determining the meaning of conspiracy within the context of its inquiry, the committee adopted the 11th edition of the Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary definition of conspiracy, which states as follows: a plan secretly devised to accomplish an evil or treacherous end, unquote. And so, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, nobody elevated the conspiracy of COP Mensah, Superintendent Asare, and Superintendent Jebi to remove the Inspector General of Police from office to afford them the opportunity to break the eight to the level of our criminal jurisprudence. And so the submissions the chairman has made is a misrepresentation of the facts, a purpose to distort the content of our report, and should be expunged from the record with the greatest of respect. We did not elevate conspiracy in this context to the level of our criminal jurisprudence. That is the first point. Mr. Speaker, the chairman again sought to create the impression that we indulged in copy and paste. Unfortunately, that phrase is unparliamentary. A member of this House, the chairman of a select committee, an ad hoc committee, is saying that Parliament indulged in copy and paste. The committee, we copied, cut and paste. So we cut from a pending suit and pasted in our parliamentary record. I mean, this is an indictment on Parliament with the greatest of respect. Mr. Speaker, when the committee became seized with this matter, the suit is referencing was not before the Supreme Court. In fact, the deliberations and the presentation of a draft report which captured the particular recommendation he's referencing was before us, long before the Supreme Court action was instituted. So how could Parliament has copied and pasted, cut and paste. Mr. Speaker, I think that phraseology ought to be withdrawn forthwith. We made a recommendation, and the recommendation was guided or is guided by best practice. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya recently, our sister nation Kenya adopted reforms which allows for the Inspector General of Police to be vetted by Parliament, which guarantees the neutrality and independence of the Inspector General of Police in that jurisdiction. Next door, Nigeria, the Inspector General of Police is subject to parliamentary approval once he's nominated. And so we ought to be guided. When we made that recommendation, we were all eager to ensure that the position of IGP is not subject to the whips and caprices of the executive authority of government. We were not interested in securing the tenure of office of the current Inspector General of Police. In any case, one of our terms of reference was for us to come out with recommendations which would lead to legislative reform, including constitutional amendments, to ensure that policing in this country is enhanced, policing in this country is improved for the betterment of our nation, the management of security in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, there is no cut and paste here. The recommendation we made, you'd find that the language he even used is not similar to the language used in the recommendation we have captured in the report. Again, Mr. Speaker, the chairman in his submission sought to mislead this House when he indicated that the committee shied away from investigating a statement that stood in the name of Superintendent Asare, when he stated that a voice which is about 30 seconds long was the voice of one ASP Asante. And then Asare sought to create the impression that the said Asante was actually, Mr. Speaker, to quote and unquote, the IGP's boy. And that when Buri Nabu set out to record the conversation between himself and Superintendent Jebi and Asare, it was the IGP who was the mastermind behind the recording. Mr. Speaker, let us talk about some law here. The committee was called upon to authenticate the tape recordings. That was our objective. And we found that the audios were authentic. In fact, the one who was the mastermind, Buri Nabu, testified variously and admitted that he was the one who recorded them. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I would like to refer you to the proceedings, the verbatim report of the committee, the sitting of 14th November 2023 at 10 a.m. Proceedings started at 10 a.m. Mr. Speaker, in this verbatim report, Buri Nabu clearly admits that he did the recording. And what was his reason? His reason was that the information he had gotten from Superintendent Asare and Superintendent Jebi was frightening. And so he felt that there was the need for him to record them and present the audio to the president. When we pushed him as to whether he did the recording all by himself or he contracted the services of others. He said no, he is not technologically sound. So he employed the services of others. Now, the chairman wanted us to go beyond our mandate and try to uncover who actually did the recording. Is that relevant? Is that relevant? Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated in our report, that it was irrelevant to embark upon such a fishing expedition of uncovering the identities of those who actually did the recording for Bugri Nabu. And we cited authorities. Maybe they have not averted their minds to the authorities. Mr. Speaker, let me refresh the memory of the House with some of the authorities we relied upon. Some of them are English authorities. Mr. Speaker, we relied on Crompton J's ruling in R and Litam, 1861, 8 Cox, CC 498. And this is what Crompton J had to say. It matters not how you get it. And Mr. Speaker, he was talking about evidence. It matters not. Oh, leader, with the greatest of respect, leader, please don't do that. Leader, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not right. Don't do that, leader. Mr. Speaker, R. and Litam per Crompton J reads as follows, quote, "It matters not how you get it," into brackets, evidence. If you steal it even, it would be admissible in evidence. Mr. Speaker, this authority, the second authority, is even closer to us. It's a Kenyan authority. Kuruma, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to Kuruma and R. Kuruma and R. 1955 AC Appeal Cases 197. Lord Goddard had this to say, Mr. Speaker. In their lordships' opinion, the test to be applied in considering whether evidence is admissible is whether it is relevant to the matters in issue. If it is admissible, and the court is not concerned with how the evidence was obtained. Emphasis. The court is not concerned with how the evidence was obtained. Mr. Speaker, the committee was called upon to establish the authenticity of the leaked audio, guided by these authorities. What we were interested in establishing was whether indeed the leaked audio was the handiwork of Bugri Nabu. Bugri Nabu admitted that, yes, I did it. It was irrelevant, totally irrelevant for us to go beyond that and to try to establish whose services Bugri Nabu quoted for purposes of recording that audio. Totally irrelevant. The authorities I have cited. Mr. Speaker, if anybody in this house has an authority which contradicts these authorities I have cited, let the person bring them up. So, Mr. Speaker, the argument about Anasante, who was supposed to have aided Bugri Nabu to set up for purposes of recording their conversation, is irrelevant for our purposes. And that is why the committee, once again, by majority decision, shut down the arguments that were made to the effect that it was relevant for us to invite the said ASP Asante to appear before us and testify. By majority decision. And this is born out of the standing orders. Committee decisions are arrived at by majority decision. And so if we are all law-abiding, if we believe in our standing orders, we should not have qualms when issues come up for consideration and members disagree, and then we decide to determine the decision of the committee, and the majority of members overwhelmingly state their position against a position canvassed by other members of the committee. And that was precisely what happened in this case. The overwhelming majority of members voted against the proposal to invite ASP Asante for further questioning. And this ought to be respected. Any attempt to create the impression that the committee did wrong by not calling ASP Asante amounts to expressing total rejection of the standing orders which regulate the procedures of this House. And any member who indulges in such conduct, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, is in contempt of this Parliament. It's in contempt of this Parliament. It means that the member has no respect for our standing orders. Standing orders adopted by the House for the guidance of its practice and procedure. Mr. Speaker, the chairman again touched on another matter which has to do with a whistleblower. A whistleblower. He said the crux of his argument is that the committee refused to call the whistleblower, and when further suggestions were made, oh,
Coach, sit down.
Leader, let me land. I'm coming there.
Hold
Leader.
on. Oh, please, hold on. Let me listen to him. What is it? Is it point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on his feet, the Honorable James Agaga, is saying that if at a committee level a majority decision is arrived at and a member of the committee insists on ventilating his own opinion, it's contemptuous. Mr. Speaker, he says you check the rules and that is contempt. Mr. Speaker, I'm urging you to rule our honorable member completely out of order. Because, Mr. Speaker, in this House, in 1998, when the Speaker was the chairman of the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, the Speaker, you came to this House as the chairman of the committee.
Honorable Majority Leader, why are you drawing the Speaker into...
To educate my colleague. To educate my colleague. This House has witnessed this before.
No.
When you were the chairman.
What you were trying to talk about...
Mr. Speaker, I've not even spoken, and you are saying what I'm trying to talk about.
Was you referred
Let
to
me through to know
the
what I'm
Speaker.
talking about.
I am the Speaker now.
Yes. Yes.
And so it was not the Speaker.
Yes. I said,
Because I was
now.
not the Speaker in 1998.
Yes. I said,
So
the current-
refer to the person you are talking about.
Yes.
Not the Speaker.
I'll be eternally fair to you. I'll be eternally fair to you.
So the chairman of...
That is how I began.
No.
I said the
You
chairman,
said
when you were the chairman.
No, don't
In
say
your
when
life
you
before
were.
life. In your life before life.
Don't say when you were. Say the chairman of the committee.
The chairman of
Please.
the committee at the time.
Yes, you can use the name, but don't talk about the speaker.
Yes.
You can decide to use the name of the person who was the chairman, but don't say the speaker. Well, that's a different thing altogether.
Mr. Speaker, rest assured that I will not take your name in vain. I will not take your name in vain.
So what are you doing now?
I noticed Mr. Speaker doesn't even want me to go there, so I'll rest it. Now you know what I'm talking about. I'll rest it. But next time, coach him that he should not be going to uncharted territories. For him, for us, those territories are charted. He is not aware.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not take much of your time. I'm just winding up. Mr. Speaker, the chairman spoke about a whistleblower who had actually petitioned the committee and expressed his desire to testify on grounds that he was present when Buri Nabu, who normally would place calls to others and open up his phone on loudspeaker for others to hear, and on that occasion when the call was placed through, he overheard Buri Nabu speak to the Inspector General of Police. That is the context. And the words he used are as follows: and I heard a familiar voice. Now, this voice, in the opinion of the so-called whistleblower, was supposed to be the voice of the IGP. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the petition was unsigned. And so, members had no difficulty dismissing it. All of us on that occasion.
But, Honorable Member, how could an unsigned document be termed a petition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance. And that explains why the committee had no difficulty at all treating the so-called document with the contempt that it deserved. It was jettisoned outright. We said they shouldn't even find space in our records. Mr. Speaker, these
but
are
now,
the words.
Now, the way you are presenting it, it looks like the committee received it, admitted it, went through it, considered the contents, and then decided to make the following findings. But this is something that should not have found space at all, not received by the committee, and not considered by the committee. It was not signed. It amounts to nothing. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, that was the position. Unfortunately, the committee was bogged down over this matter on the question of whether or not to treat that document as a petition that was properly before us or not, until the overwhelming majority of the members of the committee shut it down. Mr. Speaker, when we crossed this stage, the chairman suggested that now that the whistleblower could not be heard, we should go for the call logs, the logs of the Inspector General of Police to establish for ourselves whether or not the Inspector General was communicating with Bugri Nabu within the period. Mr. Speaker, some of us stated categorically that if we went for the call logs of the Inspector General of Police, because an anonymous individual had presented an unsigned document to us, we would be embarking upon a witch hunt. A witch hunt.
Which is trying to do.
And so, Mr. Speaker, once again, the majority, overwhelming majority of the committee's members voted against the invitation to call for the locks of the Inspector General of Police. Because we felt that it was a dangerous invitation. Why you want to go through the call logs of the Inspector General of Police because an anonymous individual has written an assigned document and put it before the committee and alleged that he overheard Buri Nabu speak to the IGP, and so we should go for his call logs. I remember I asked, do you know what operatives like the IGP, CDS do for us to sleep soundly in the night? Do you know? And so you want us to open up, you see things that you didn't even want to see, after all. So we resisted that temptation. In any case, Mr. Speaker, what is the position of the law? Did the committee have the competence, the power to call for the locks of an Inspector General of Police? Once again, we are talking about law here. Mr. Speaker, the laws are very clear. So we are talking here about interception. Interception of communication and obtaining information which may border on privacy. Article 18 of the Constitution. What is the legal regime? Mr. Speaker, our standing orders does not give us any guidance on a matter like that. So the closest I came to with respect to this matter is the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act 1030. If you look at section 30(29) of that law, it makes provision for an officer not below the rank of superintendent of police to actually request for information from telcos or to intercept communication in order to investigate matters that border on our national security or criminality. But then, what Section 30 says is that before such an interception or request is even made, you will need to obtain a warrant under the hand of a judge of the Superior Courts of Judicature. So, Mr. Speaker, guided by the law alone, the invitation the chairman extended to us was untenable. The committee didn't have the powers to do what he invited us to do on that occasion.
Just a minute, please. Honorable James, just a minute. Yes, what are you referring to?
Yes, I want him to pay regard to Article 103. A committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of a high court. So what are you saying? That we can't commandeer locks?
Please,
we can't
conclude.
Conclude.
So no. It's in respect of some areas.
Yes.
Read that.
Of the High Court or a judge
general.
of the High Court at a trial for enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, and otherwise. B, compelling the production of documents. And locks are documents. So what I say, you don't have the power. That is why you messed up. You didn't understand the Constitution. That's why you messed up.
Yes.
I think our colleague has used so many unparliamentary words, Mr. Speaker, to say that his colleague has messed up. It's unparliamentary. He must withdraw that one. No, that has messed up. Who has messed up? Oh, Mr. Speaker, look at his gesture. Mr. Speaker, we take offense to that. He must withdraw that one.
Please, Honorable Atachia, Senior Counsel, Honorable member. No. He referred to a phrase where you said he messed up. I said that the use of the word messed parliamentary, you should withdraw that. That's what he referred to, that phrase. That's what he said. Your issue is different. Not withdraw what you quoted, but the phrase.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for saying that he messed up. But if I may add, we didn't apply the Constitution, unfortunately. That's where we got where we were. That even somebody believes that we can't call for the laws. When we have the status of a high court
No,
under the Constitution.
The issue he is talking about is that the committee has the powers of the High Court in terms of production of documents
Precisely.
before the committee. That's what he is talking about. Now, the issue you raised, is it the same issue you were talking about?
Mr. Speaker, it's not the same issue with the greatest of respect.
Yes, what was the issue you raised?
I raised the issue. He invited the committee to have a look at the call logs of the Inspector General of Police. Now, my submission is that an invitation to take a look, to call for the phone logs of an IGP is a matter that comes under Article 18. I mentioned the Constitution. Regrettably, he didn't even hear me. And I said that, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, careful. Honorable members, please. You know, I earlier on intervened and I said that this matter should not even have been considered by the committee because the so-called petition was unsigned. We are all seated here. We all have phones. Somebody can just write or some document can be produced unsigned. And through that, they call for your phone calls. You know, it's a dangerous venture. It's a journey that we should never encourage. So that is the problem. That's why I said you don't even have to delve into that matter. Because the so-called petition was unsigned. So it's something that doesn't exist at all. So the matters related to it, consequential or whatever, shouldn't have come for consideration at all by the committee. That is it. Then we move on to the other areas because your terms of reference are very clear. The first was to ascertain the veracity or otherwise of the leaked tape. That is the first. The second, to investigate the conspiracy to remove the current Inspector General of Police. The third, to investigate any other matter contained in the audio recording. That is why when he mentioned that the issue of extrajudicial killing was mentioned in the audio recording, then I allowed him to go on. But I raised issue when he went beyond the issues of national security and diplomacy. That is where we have to suspend sitting, and we are continuing today. Now, the next is to recommend sanctions to persons found culpable where appropriate. Where appropriate. Now, Parliament doesn't go about investigating complaints or allegations of criminal activities. We play oversight. But we can recommend or refer these things to the appropriate state institutions to investigate and prosecute, not us. And so the last one says to make recommendations for reforms where necessary. In fact, that's not the last but one. And the last one says to make such other recommendations and consequential orders as the committee may deem appropriate. These are the areas that you were to go through, make some findings, and guide us, so that if there was a need for further directives to be made for other more relevant and authorized or constitutionally mandated organs of state to continue with this matter, they will do so. But now, I don't know. I really. I have a few directives to make, but the way the debate is going on, I may have to go and refine my directives again. Yes, but please, you may conclude.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to conclude. Mr. Speaker, the chairman touched on, and we are guided here by your wise counsel, matters that border on criminality. And even though on the surface we did some interrogations, but fundamentally, the position the overwhelming majority of members of the committee took was that the committee did not have the mandate to carry out criminal investigations, fundamentally. Which is why, in the course of its hearings, we went out of the way and invited the Minister for National Security to appear before the committee, because the NID had actually investigated the matter of the leaked audio even before the committee set out to work. But when National Security appeared, he invoked the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act and the Constitution and said no, they could not furnish the committee with their report. So clearly, this is a matter that an agency of state, which is competent to carry out criminal investigations, has dealt with. And therefore, the continuous invitation for us to delve into criminal investigations, some of them bordering on murder, was rejected by the overwhelming majority of members of the committee. And so, to conclude finally, Mr. Speaker, the report, as we have it before this august House, was signed by 5 members. 5 out of 6. 5 minds, 5 reasonable minds endorsed the report. Only 1 mind said no.
But honorable, that is not fair. That is not fair. So withdraw, reasonable. All of you there were reasonable. So don't impute anything at all into this. So please kindly withdraw that word and phrase.
Even before I withdraw, I said he was just 1 reasonable mind.
No,
only 1 reasonable mind did not sign, but 5 reasonable minds signed. But in any case, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, because the deliberation has been very murky, I want to refer to Article 103. That's where all the committees of Parliament get their mandate from. 103.3 says, committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into the activities and administration of ministries and departments, as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiries may extend to the proposals for what? Legislation. That is why we had the term talking about recommendations. Recommendations that could lead to proposals for legislation. That is why the use of the term investigate in the terms is not out of order. And we allowed it there. But the investigations here is not talking about criminal conduct. That's not our area. The investigations is limited into activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine. And so when this thing came out, because generally the public raised concerns and Parliament took it up to allay the fears of the Parliament of Ghanaians that we will process and ensure that we conduct free, fair, and credible elections. It's because of that we set up the committee to go into this matter, so that at the end of the day, Parliament will be seen to be working together with other stakeholders to ensure that there is no, to use the Ghanaian term, we call it panky what? Is it panky Yankee or panky hanky panky something? I don't use those terms, you know. I don't use them. American term, hanky panky. I don't use those terms, you know. So we wanted to give that assurance because of the suspicion that some people may be doing some things to undermine two things. One, the work of the Electoral Commission. Two, the authority of His Excellency the President. That was the main purpose of this. But now we've been drawn into other areas that I believe we should not get into. But I'll allow leaders to sum up. I can put the question and the consequential directives, if any. Who will have the next bite?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let me thank the committee for very good work done. On July 13th last year, when I drew the House attention to this leak tape in pursuant to of the standing order then, as you have been pointed out, my real worry was the stability of our country and the security of our country, because the discussion involved senior police officers, commissioners of police, who were discussing elections. And we remember the period we're in, and they were talking about the outcomes and how they can allow the MPP to break the 8. That was something that must have worried everybody. My prayer at the time was that this was not true. This committee has done a good job, and I'm trying to be very brief, because the finding of facts have established our worst fears. That there was an attempt by COP, Mensah, Superintendent JB, and Superintendent Asari to conspire and cause the removal of the IGP, for which Mr. Asari and COP Mensah solicited assistance from a senior MPP party functionary, Chief Bugri Nabu. It's a fact. It's been established that the conspiracy by Chief Nabu, COP Mensah, Superintendent Asari, and Superintendent JB to remove the IGP was based purely on partisan consideration. That It's the finding of facts of this committee, and that's what is in this report. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very clear that these are very important. They are not tangible issues, as somebody wants us to believe, that these are not things we should worry about. We must worry about it, and I'm happy that this committee worked very seriously and went to the bottom of it. And if you want to know the seriousness of how they took their work, it really was the conclusion. And to really be very brief, it is very, very clear that nobody, no patriotic Ghanaian wants a situation where in an election year, senior police officers will engineer to get a very important political person in high places who has the ears of the president to convince the president to somehow remove the IGP so that it will be in the interest of one party. Speaker, I say this for elections because we know what has happened in countries where outcomes of election has not been fair in the minds of people. We don't want that for our country. We want to ensure that our democracy continues to stay. We want to ensure the peace and stability of our country. We want to ensure that we have a police organization that is professional, that can be trusted. And that's why the recommendations of this committee is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, I'll move straight to the recommendation because that is what is important for our discussion at this point. And if you look at the first one, that the House communicates its findings to His Excellency the President pursuant to Section 19 of the Police Service Act, which vests disciplinary powers in the President to determine the appropriate action in relation to the conduct of these senior police officers. So, Speaker, it is important and it should never happen again that higher level police officers would descend so low, somehow, to be proud, to be talking the way they talked on the tape, that somehow they can really get into the political arena and use their political connection to be promoted so they can do the one political party's bidding. It is important that the President, with this recommendation, invokes the right sections of our Constitution to ensure that disciplinary action be taken against these police officers. It is critical. This must be done. And we pray that the President will take this recommendation very seriously. The Speaker, they made a very important recommendation, and it's very important. And it is not only for President Akufo-Addo and this government. It pertains to other governments that will come. We must, under this circumstance, think about the selection of the IGP. And it is not out of place for us to really review the processes, to allow Parliament to be part of this process. It is done in other countries, so that the people's representative, after a recommendation by the President, will do that for the Chief Justice, will do that for other important personalities, the Supreme Court. But it's not out of place at all, so that this House will be part of this process of vetting IGPs. And this recommendation is critical. It is obvious to me that one of the recommendations about ensuring institutional professional training for police officers is critical. Mr. Speaker, even as we are at that, we must all be serious about how we even get police service. Just today we were talking about recruitment and the processes of recruitment and how professional police officers must be. It goes to the stability, security, and peace and professionalism of police officers. And it really translates to the day-to-day life of our people, wherever we are. If you see a professional police officer, if you have a case, you realize that this is a good country. People will come to Ghana and they will leave and say that, yes, I'm proud of the Ghanaian police and how professionally they treated me. That training is important, and this recommendation is critical. So, Mr. Speaker, without really being lengthy, because our vice chairman of the committee, I must commend him, took his work seriously. I have been in this house for more than 16 years. It's never happened. I've not seen it. Well, Mr. Speaker, you assign this serious work, and by the time the report comes back to this house, we'll have all these challenges. I pray that we will not have this experience again. Because as leaders of committees, when we are assigned responsibility, it is important that we find a way to work together, even try to address our differences, because the people of Ghana are waiting to see what the outcome will be. So, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the members that the league tape recommendations that they've brought will go a long way to avoid the fears we have. And they are genuine fears. They are not fears of people who basically were throwing tantrums. They are real. Can you imagine senior police officers who, when you take off their uniforms, are wearing political party colors? How biased they will be? How does that portend to the peace and stability of our country? We pray that doesn't happen. We pray that going forward, we'll continue to have professional police officers. Because nobody's interested in who stays there. We all know. We all know. And so let me just end here. Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I thank the vice chairman of the committee and their members, especially the heroic 5 members who stood up against the chairman.
But what's wrong with that? He's also against
well, it's a fact.
He's also against them.
It's a fact. Some of them were members from the opposite side. That is how they took their work seriously. And we must work bipartisanly. The interest of the people of Ghana must always guide us in the work of this house. I thank you for the work, Honorable Agaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Oh, thank you.
He's collecting funds.
Nah. When you get to emotional.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this important matter before the House. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the debate. I've heard the Vice Chair who was in his advocacy burst.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. I will need just a second. I'll be back so that it's likely you will take some time.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for this very treasured space to add my voice to the matter before us. But, Mr. Speaker, I must say that I've admired colleagues who took time to make their views known, especially the Vice Chair, who was in his advocacy best. And then, of course, Honorable Atachia, who in expressing his dissent put himself in the state of a barrister in an open court. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues I want to address. And one of them came from a submission by Honorable Agaga, my very respected colleague at the bar. Mr. Speaker, we have in our constitution a provision that gives us a mandate as a house to constitute a committee to deal with matters. And these matters do not take the form of criminal investigation. So the aspect of criminal jurisprudence is not triggered. I find it strange, therefore, and extremely rich that in the very extensive submission by the respected Agaga, admissibility of evidence, and suggests to the House that it doesn't matter how a person procures his piece of evidence. That I find very misleading, and given this opportunity, I want to address this point as a matter of law. Mr. Speaker, the supposed tape was already before the committee, and any serious committee of inquiry dealing with a tape, the nature of say, was required and bound to now get into the source, especially when the person who claimed to have set it up said that he did not have the capacity to do what he did, and therefore others did it for him. That point to me is very critical. However, Honorable Agaga has invited us to recline to that point, to the effect that indeed, in terms of admissibility, it doesn't matter how the supposed tape was procured by Mr. Bugri Nabu. For me, to the extent that he is inviting us on a legal issue, arguing law with disjointive facts, I would want to set that record straight. That indeed he was not, the committee was not sitting as a trial court determining a matter of crime. Therefore, he cannot go there. Mr. Speaker, having addressed that point, let me come to my second point about tape recording. Mr. Speaker, I, Kwame here, somewhere 2015, my own bosom friend had come to me in the house 7 a.m. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he got to my gate at 5 a.m. My wife drew the curtains and said, honey, Obi Ababe parking the car. Check it out. In other words, I've seen somebody parked at the gate. Check who the person was. Honey, yes, that's how my wife addresses me. Mr. Speaker, no, colleagues, please.
Mr. Speaker, there can only be one for a monogamy. Mr. Speaker, we opened my good friend. He came in the morning. My wife prepared my favorite meal, gari, pepper, with sardine, and fried some eggs for us. We've known each other since our 20s. He came in. We had a beautiful loose talk. We were having a chat. Of course, when friends meet, they talk. You and I know. When somebody that you are very familiar with, you say all manner of things. Mr. Speaker, we ate. Unbeknown to me, my true brother, I called at the time, had a tape on him. He was recording our chat. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I was asked to answer questions on the so-called recordings. Mr. Speaker, it took the grace of God for me to survive politically. Because people who heard the tape, without listening to the full tape, drew their conclusions. So when it comes to this tape recording, that as a country we are giving value to it, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. Today it is somebody, tomorrow it could be you. Although the committee has done its work, or Mr. Speaker looked at the context of national interest to say that Parliament should delve into it. But Mr. Speaker, in all humility, I beg to say that as a country, we must be careful. With these so-called tapes, somebody has recorded somebody has recorded somebody, and screenshot here, screenshot there. We have to be careful. Because it's like when it suits somebody, oh yes, hallelujah, somebody should be on the crucifixion tree. If I look at the tape, if I listen to Honorable Agaga, and I listen to Honorable Atachia, Mr. Speaker, if truly we want to get into all the matters in the tape, night will turn into light, darkness will turn into day, and day will turn into night. And if I again listen to Honorable Agaga, if all matters are to be unraveled, there will be disaster. It will have national security consequences. It's the reason why I say we didn't even need to delve into it at all. However, a member had brought it onto the floor, and Mr. Speaker, in his wisdom, did not want to say that, no, it's trivial, go away, but Parliament should get into it. So, colleagues, we've heard colleagues on this matter. Let's put this matter to a peaceful rest. I would, however, get into the recommendation bit. Mr. Speaker, our constitution needs a serious overhaul. I know that every constitution anywhere in the world is a political document. But it's gotten to a point where all of us as political actors must sit together and have a second look at the constitution. And it's the reason why I commend highly the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Recently he held a workshop, a dialogue on a constitutional review, and in that forum, Mr. Speaker, very strong views were expressed on our constitution. Earlier during President Mills's time, we had some proposals made, the Atuguba committee, or he was a secretary. Mr. Speaker, there was a constitutional review committee where whether Professor Atuguba was a chair or secretary. Mr. Speaker, what the recommendations are still hanging somewhere. We've not given effect to it. When President Kufuor was about leaving his office, in his final State of the Nation address, he brought some proposals. As Parliament, we must take some of these matters very seriously and not rather be ad hoc in our dealings. If today we're saying that, oh, there's a report here, this is not just what we need.
We need a serious overhaul. It's not too late. We have a constitutional and legal committee. Perhaps we should put our heads together and support Honorable Chairman Bonsu's ministry to put forth some serious constitutional reforms and agree as a political class that these are the challenges that we've been facing for the past 20 years and more. And this is a way to go. Mr. Speaker, that will help us as a country. Mr. Speaker, I cannot leave you out because since you assumed the chair as the right honorable speaker of this house, all you've been saying have been reforms, reforms, reforms. You've started your own in parliament here. We have seen what is happening in parliament in terms of the administrative structures, etc. The time has come, Mr. Speaker, for us to agree that these reforms be broadened for the betterment of our democracy. Because the Gen Z movement, when it starts, it knows no MPP, it knows no NDC. The political class, they say that we are the same. So let's start the reforms now. Mr. Speaker, having said that, a certain impression was created in some of the submissions that perhaps the government that appointed the IGP is against the IGP. Mr. Speaker, never, never. This government can never be against its own appointee. We all know the reforms that we are seeing at the police headquarters. We know the work of the IGP. But of course, he is human. Some may disagree when you are bringing up reforms in your own institution. People are used to an old system. Definitely, there will be some who may be against you. In the system, the way we appoint heads of institutions are political. So at any point in time, there will be people who will say they are also MPP. They want to create an impression of political correctness to win the favor of the appointer. Mr. Speaker, we know businessmen who today can say MPP, when they see that the thing has changed, they say, oh, I'm NDC. Mr. Speaker, somewhere 2008, there was this business friend of mine. Anytime he came to me, he said, I am UP. When we lost in 2008 and were in the mines, now I heard that he was the best friend of somebody higher in government. I said, hey, you are seeing who? Mr. Speaker, the same thing goes with all these police officers, soldiers, migration, civil servants. We know, they've been in government before, they know. They did it to you. They're doing it to us. So we as a political class must know better. Don't think that perhaps government or some government actors are against the IGP, so you are supporting IGP and we want to remove IGP. Please. It will not serve the interest of government to remove an IGP. And this government is not going to remove the IGP. That impression must not be created. But Mr. Speaker, again, this house is a house of democracy. 6 members of a committee, 5 say they agree with the procedure. 1 says he disagrees. So be it. In the end, the matter must be given a peaceful rest. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, at the end of the debate, You have concluded the debate. I now put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the Special Committee of Inquiry, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The report is accordingly adopted. I can only direct that the clerk to Parliament should make available a copy of this report, which has just been adopted by the House, to His Excellency the President as Chairman of the Police Council for any further action they deem necessary. It's not the Vice President. By Constitution, is the President who is the Chairman of the Police Council, unless he has appointed somebody to chair. I don't have evidence that he has appointed somebody to chair. I don't have. If you have any evidence, just tell me so I can direct that it be channeled to that person and not to His Excellency the President. Yes. And honorable members, this brings us to the end of the debate on this matter. And I'm told that we have just, sorry? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw your attention that there has been an amendment to the composition of the Police Council. Article 201 reads, there shall be established a police council which shall consist of A, the Vice President who shall be chairman. Yes, so it has been amended. Yes.
Where is
Your
this?
orders, Mr. Speaker, for me, your orders were very clear. Let's forget about the chairman of the police council. You are ordering that the clerk serve His Excellency. That is fair. I mean, that one settles it. Make it available to that's fine. Mr. Speaker, I think that's fine.
Honorable members, I looked at the amendment. Maybe I wasn't clear, but I was referring to the amendment to the Constitution. Did I say something different from what you just stated? Was you talk about Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Act 1996? That's the one that I referred to.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, my respected colleague today has misled us. Quote the law well, because I know what you are quoting is the wrong provision. If you want to challenge Mr. Speaker was right. You were trying to say Mr. Speaker was wrong. I challenge you to read again. You didn't read it correctly, Mr. Speaker. He wants to mislead you. Your exuberance today is leading you to mislead Mr. Speaker. What exactly do you want to tell Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker. No, which law? Read again. Read again. Read again. You got Honorable Atachia and you wanted to finish him. Yes, when you got him earlier, you wanted to finish him.
Honorable members, is the Constitution at Article 201, which says that there shall be established a police council who shall consist of the vice president, who shall be chairman. That is in the Constitution. But the amendment, which I refer to, is it says Article 201 of the Constitution is amended by the repeal of paragraph A and the insertion of the following paragraph. A chairman who shall be appointed by the president acting in consultation with the Council of State. And I said, I don't know who has been appointed by the president. So the chairman is the president. That's what and I said, you have evidence, give it to me. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you are always in charge of your brief. Mr. Speaker, you are always in charge of your brief. Mr. Speaker, you will live long. He got my senior, Honorable Atache is our senior. No, you sit down. Senior at the bar of over 30 years experience. You got him. You finished him.
Majority leader,
the way he was dealing with my senior, even if he disagrees, he should have gone about it nicely.
I can only say that he didn't finish him.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, he wasn't courteous enough to him. He wasn't charitable. That was his approach.
Please,
the way he went about it was not right.
That ends the debate. Let's go on to the next item. I took the amendment into consideration, and that's what the directive is. So the clerk will carry out the directive. Honorable members, we have order paper addendum. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we shall proceed to order paper addendum 3 and deal with item 1, please. Thank you.
Order paper addendum 3, item 1, presentation of papers. The following paper to be presented by the chairman of the committee.
37th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy.
Honorable members, the 37th report of the Appointment Committee is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Yes, please.
If it pleases Mr. Speaker, we shall proceed to do motion, item 2, motion on the addendum order paper 3.
Honorable members, item 2 on the order paper, addendum 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion numbered item 2, the procedural motion on addendum order paper 2, be taken now. I so move.
Any seconder? Yes, please. Majority Chief Whip.
I rise to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. This is a procedural motion, so I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We will now move to item 3 on the order paper, addendum 3. Chairman of the committee, motion.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopts the 37th report.
36th or 37th?
Oh, all right. The 36th and 37th reports of the Appointments Committee regarding the nomination of the Honorable Marfo as the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Trade and Honorable Herbert Krapper as the Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy. The Speaker, I move in terms of the motion paper, and I hereby present the committee's report. The Speaker, in respect of report number 36, the Speaker, the Honourable Member, Honourable Kofi Ahenkorah Marfo, member of this House, was on 17 May nominated to the position of the Deputy Minister for Trade. The Speaker graciously referred the nomination to the committee. The Speaker, the committee went through all the procedures, and on the On the 2nd of July, the Speaker, we had a public hearing. The Speaker, we referred to the Constitution, the standing orders of Parliament, and the CV of the nominee. The Speaker, I'll go straight to the conclusion, and the conclusion is that the committee recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the nomination of Honorable Ahenkorah Marfo as the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry. The Speaker, let me emphasize that the Honorable Member's nomination does not add to the overall number of ministers that have been approved previously. The Speaker, in respect of report number 37, His Excellency the President on 10 July presented to you the nomination of the Honorable Herbert Krapper. The Speaker, Honorable Herbert Krapper is currently a Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Energy, and the nomination is to elevate him to Minister of State in the same ministry. The Speaker has said it does not add to the overall number of persons considered and approved by the House. The Speaker, the committee went through all the motions and present to you a report, and the conclusion, the Speaker, is that the committee recommends the House to approve the nomination of Honorable Herbert Krapper for appointment as Minister of State. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder? Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, permit me to second the motion move, and you so doing make some few observations. Speaker, first of all, I was touched by the extent of knowledge and competence displayed by the two nominees, the Honorable Kofi Marfo, who I know very well in the Eastern region, showed demonstrable competence in the area of trade facilitation and demonstrated understanding of the free zone concept and economic zone. I was very impressed. He also professed some solutions to the nation as to what we can do to facilitate the concept of the 1D1F, and was very impressive. Herbert Krapper touched, among other things, what we could do as a country to buy into the avalanche of wastes we have that could be converted into usable forms in the area of energy. He spoke extensively on what we could do to turn around TOR and then the energy transition. So, having said this, I encourage the House to adopt the report and also ensure the passage of these two intelligent young men. I thank you for the space granted.
As Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the report of the Appointments Committee on the President nominee for the positions of Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy and Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Honourable Speaker, we in the NDC minority already stated at the Appointments Committee yesterday that we were unable to support these latest injury time nominees of the President. Pursuant to this position, we abstained from the committee sitting to consider these nominees. Our refusal to participate in the vetting of these nominees was grounded on the fact that long-standing parliamentary practice requires that persons nominated for appointment by the President shall be published in a newspaper of national circulation to inform, request memoranda or representation from the public. This, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily means that the public ought to be given reasonable notice and adequate time to submit memoranda or make representations to the Appointments Committee. These requirements were completely breached. In fact, the memoranda was published on Monday, the 8th of July, in the Daily Guide newspaper. And it was stated that the deadline for submission was the close of business the next day, which was Tuesday. And the close of business was at 5 p.m. Honourable Speaker, to our surprise, the vetting of the said nominee was called for at 12 noon. On Tuesday. Unprecedented. The minority is at a loss as to the rationale for the indecent haste on the part of the majority, particularly as there is a subsisting Minister of Energy. And the nominee is already a Deputy Minister. In the specific case of the Deputy Minister nominee at the Ministry of Trade and Industry, consistent with the minority's earlier position, we had maintained that we are unable to participate in the vetting of any ministerial nominee that adds to the already bloated size of the Akufo-Addo government. In the same vein, the minority cannot support the President nomination for the Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy at a time when Ghana is going through the very difficult period. We heard the chairman of the committee says that there is no addition. We have the Minister of Energy at post.
This is an addition.
And this is an additional minister.
Yes.
An addition to the public purse. The minority once again calls on President Akufo-Addo to downsize his government to signal to the people of Ghana that at the very least he is in tune with the feedback and appreciates the challenges resulting from the bad economic policies of this government. Honourable Speaker, under the circumstances, the NDC minority cannot in good conscience participate in the approval of these nominees. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
and on that day, Mr. Speaker, we are working out.
It's okay.
I thank you.
Put up your mic. Put up your mic.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you for the opportunity to conclude debate on this matter. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to see a nominee
for Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the young man's CV, first, he comes from the Volta region. He is an lawman from the Volta region who currently is a deputy minister. And through industry, he's being rewarded, he's being honored to occupy the position of Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, this young lawyer, this young and lawman from Volta region has risen to eminence by merit. It tells you how this government honors hard work and ensure a fair balance to reflect different shades of opinion, ensures that there is a tribal balance, regional balance in governance. The president couldn't have done less. But we can understand, because of political differences, our colleagues say on this occasion, and on this occasion only, they disagree with us. Government is not bloating the number of ministers. That cannot be true. Our colleague behind us, Deputy Minister of Trade nominee, is right with us. The Speaker, as the Chief Whip who seconded the motion said, the man demonstrated understanding of the sector he's being nominated for. The Speaker, I would have no hesitation at all in concluding that these our colleagues be confirmed so that Mr. President can swear them in. Mr. Speaker, I have known Honorable Mafo. He's a private sector player. Many, many years when I was a presiding member, when I saw his entrepreneurship drive and skill. He's an employer who has employed many Ghanaians, giving them jobs, and now he's come into the political space. So I know that getting into that ministry is going to promote trade and ensure that opportunities are given to the Ghanaian private sector person to embrace this 1D1F policy of government so that more jobs can be created. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall say that these two gentlemen be passed by the House so that they support government's agenda for the rest of the term of this government. Mr. Speaker, I so submit and thank you for the kind audience.
Any more contribution or I put the question? Honorable members, at the end of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the 36th and 37th report of the Appointments Committee, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Any guidance in this matter?
Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been done today, and at this stage, we are in your hands for adjournment.
Honorable members, in the circumstances, I will proceed to adjourn sitting till tomorrow. Honorable members, sitting is accordingly adjourned till tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.